It's not attractive to me at all. It's not attractive to me at all. Finished. Long Fei took a step back and cleaned the place from the other side. Mu Fian was stunned and a mess was made. Long Fei's words could be said to be a critical strike to her, leaving her completely unable to react. A few female disciples who were not far away were laughing so hard that they fell back and forth. Ha ha ha! Big Sister Fian, he doesn't like you at all. Ha ha ha! This is the first time Sister Fian has done this, right? Brat, you're really awesome. Ha ha ha! They were all laughing. Long Fei did not raise his head because what he said was the truth. With Mu Fian's looks, it was impossible for her to enter Long Fei's eyes, so she was naturally not interested. Mu Fian was enraged. He turned and stepped on the broom and stared at Long Fei. Brat, don't think that just because you're a bit handsome that you're so amazing. Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Long Fei very sincerely repeated, Senior Sister, you really aren't attractive to me at all. He vomited blood. Mu Fian wanted to vomit blood. No man had ever dared to say that to her. Even if she wasn't as beautiful as Mu Yao, with her figure, her voice was definitely not soft. Furthermore, she could instantly kill a large number of male disciples. But now, a service disciple actually said such word. Her pride was badly hurt. Mu Fian said angrily, why am I not attractive anymore? Long Fei said, because I can see it, it is not attractive. Mu Fian said, you're the only service disciple you've seen so much? I don't believe it, you must be faking it. I'm afraid you want to throw me on the ground right now. Long Fei replied, I really don't have that. Mu Fian said, men are all the same kind of people, do you think I don't know anything about it? Long Fei laughed bitterly and stopped his debate. Because there was no need. But Mu Fian did not let it go and said, what are you laughing at? You're just pretending. Long Fei said, fine. I faked it, I noticed the senior sister from the moment I entered, but I don't dare to look at you. Because you are too beautiful, I am afraid that if I look at you more, you will think that you are blaspheming the gods. You are really too beautiful, your body, your voice makes me unable to restrain myself from imagining, in my mind, all sorts of images of rolling on the bed appeared. I fantasized about fighting with the senior sister for 3 days and 3 nights, and I will use all kinds of poses to viciously trample you. I can't even control it right now. He spoke like a machine gun, and Long Fei approached step by step, his eyes staring at Mu Fian with blazing passion. Mu Fian looked at her eyes and her heart was thumping hard. Hearing Long Fei say these dirty words, her cheeks flushed red, and she retreated step by step. On the other hand, she did not dare look at Long Fei's eyes, and it was as if she could not control herself, as if Long Fei would swallow her up any time. The other female disciples in the courtyard were also stunned by Long Fei. No one had ever dared to speak to Mu Fian like this. Are you sure you don't want to die? The key point was that Mu Fian seemed to be intoxicated by it. What was going on? Cough, cough. Senior sister? A woman reminded him. Mu Fian immediately reacted. He stared at Long Fei and said, how dare you? You dare to speak to senior sister like that? Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongue? Long Fei said with a bitter face, Senior sister, what do you want me to do? I'm really in a difficult position. Mu Fian stared blankly for a moment. Listening to what Long Fei said, she felt that Long Fei had said those words to cover up her feelings, and she was actually a little disappointed. How could this be? He had never felt this way before. Could it be that he was really in heat? The heart is beating? Even if it was ripples, it couldn't possibly be against a service disciple, right? But this man's eyes were too mesmerizing. Mu Fian was a little unable to control himself and acted like he had been bewitched. Long Fei was already cleaning up another place. At this moment, there was a person standing at the entrance to the courtyard. A girl with a ponytail, neat and tidy body and a flawless face. Pretty, kind of pure. Long Fei lifted his head to take a look. He didn't even glance at it. It was the same. There was nothing sexual about it. The female disciple in the courtyard greeted respectfully, "Senior Sister Mu Yao." Long Fei was startled. "She's the goddess that Mu Yun spoke of? The most beautiful senior sister of the eastern region, is also the female disciple who has the highest chance of entering the south area this year? It's indeed all right." Mu Yao stood at the entrance of the courtyard as she stared at Long Fei. There was a strange look in his eyes. He stared for a good half a minute before retracting his gaze. Mu Fian said, "He's a new service disciple." She didn't know if Long Fei had offended Mu Yao, so she spoke out first. "Right. What's your name?" Mu Fian asked. Long Fei said, "Dragon." "Mu Fei, my name is Mu Fei." It was a bit inappropriate. Mu Fian muttered softly, Mu Fei, it's exactly the same as the first two words of my name." Mu Yao softly repeated, Mu Fei. Mu Yao walked down the steps, the aura on his body slightly fluctuating, sensing the aura on Long Fei's body. Long Quang immediately said, "She's sensing your cultivation realm." Long Fei was not moved. He didn't need to hide. A fourth-grade deity was practically the weakest existence in the Eastern District. There was no need to hide at all. He was just puzzled. She is a high and mighty goddess, like a star. Why would a senior sister sense my cultivation? Mu Yao became anxious. Fourth stage of the God of Heaven, with this cultivation level. What kind of cultivation technique do you know? The moment she brushed past Long Fei and entered the room, she did not turn her head and said coldly, "Quickly leave after cleaning everything up. This is where the female disciples live." Long Fei nodded and said, "Yes." Mu Yao walked into the room, and the anger in the courtyard calmed down once again. Mu Fian forgot what had just happened and said to Long Fei, "Little junior brother, in the future, will all the miscellaneous matters be managed by you?" Long Fei replied, Mu Fian giggled and said, "Then can big sister's clothes also be washed for you?" Long Fei said, "Sorry, this is not within my scope of work." Mu Fian continued, "My clothes can contain my insides." She blushed. Long Fei remained unmoved and said, "It's useless, you don't attract me at all." Mu Fian's face immediately changed. He angrily gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. "I don't believe I can't take you down, humph. Women are like that." The more she didn't take her seriously, the more excited she became. In the room, Mu Yao was also looking at Long Fei, but there was a little contempt in his eyes. What use can a man who doesn't work hard to cultivate have? As the sun was setting, Long Fei was tired for a whole day before the notification sound finally rang. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the daily quest, obtaining 500 experience points, holy source points. Long Fei also frequently sighed and thought to himself, "Damn, I'm so tired that I almost broke my waist. This bastard only has 500 experience points in a single day. If this goes on, when will I be able to level up? No way. I have to find a place to level up. If this goes on, I'll become a cripple. We'll go out tonight." At this moment, Mu Yuanan, Mu Dafu, was already waiting for him at the courtyard where Long Fei lived. "Kid, you're finally back. Kid, you're finally back." The moment Long Fei entered the courtyard, Mu Dafu hastily walked over to Long Fei. He glared fiercely at Long Fei and said with a low voice, "Did you take something from the academy? If you take it, just take it out quickly, okay? Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you when the time comes." He could tell that Mu Dafu was very anxious, as he wanted to protect Long Fei. The Pill Academy had a very high position in the East region, and Mu Yuanan was the dean of the academy. Long Fei froze for a moment, then subconsciously shook his head. "I didn't take anything." Mu Dafu said, "You really didn't take it? This is no joke." Long Fei said, "I really didn't take it." At that time, he only felt that if this flower stayed here, it would only be a disaster. Explosion meant that Mu Yuanan was unable to control this spirit grass, and if he were to continue refining it, something would definitely happen. However, he couldn't admit it now. Once he admitted it, Mu Yuanan would definitely ask him why he took the god's illusion flower and why the spirit grass devoured the holy source on his body. Why was he fine? Who reminded them to stop breathing? As long as he admitted it, he would be in for a lot of trouble. Thus, Long Fei would never admit it. Mu Yuanan also walked over and said, "Your name is Mu Fei?" Long Fei nodded and said, "And?" Mu Yuanan said, "You cleaned the Pill Academy today?" Long Fei replied, "Yes." Mu Yuanan asked, "Were you at the Pill Academy when the furnace exploded?" Long Fei replied, "Yes." Mu Yuanan said, "Do you know who reminded the air to be poisonous?" Long Fei shook his head. "This I don't know, I only heard a voice sounding out from the chaos, saying that there was poison in the air, and then I covered my nose and ran out. Originally, I wanted to leave, but Principal Dan stopped me and told me to clean the courtyard. Only then did I go in and clean. But I didn't take anything from the pill room." He couldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Mu Yuanan did not say more, but suddenly took a step forward, his two fingers directly grabbing onto Long Fei's pulse. The idea moved, and through Long Fei's pulse, felt the holy source qi in his body. Long Fei's current state was that of the holy source. What Mu Yuanan felt was naturally also a holy source at full strength. "Huh!" Mu Yuanan's two fingers relaxed, and said indifferently, "You indeed did not take the god's illusion flower. If you had taken the god's illusion flower, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid that your holy source value would have already been completely sucked dry." Hearing his words, Mu Dafu heaved a sigh of relief. Long Fei was a servant under his command. If Long Fei stole something from the Pill Academy, he would not be able to live a good life. Long Fei's heart tightened, and he thought to himself, "Luckily I managed to scare the god's illusion flower with my killing intent, otherwise, if the holy source value was absorbed by it, I would have been exposed." Mu Yuanan looked at Long Fei with a serious expression and felt that he owed Long Fei. "Little brother, if you need any medicinal pellets in the future, come and find me at the Pill Academy." Finished. Mu Yuanan walked out of the small courtyard. Mu Dafu bowed in an attempt to send him off. He only returned after seeing him out of the courtyard. He stared at Long Fei and said, "Servant disciples should do your job properly. Some things cannot be seen, and some things even more so cannot be seen. Do you understand? I don't care what your identity is, you have to follow my rules, do you understand?" Long Fei replied, "Understood." Mu Dafu looked at Long Fei. There was something else in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he endured it. With his hands behind his back, he strode out of the courtyard. Long Fei closed the courtyard door, walked in and closed it, and then he carefully took out the god's illusion flower. Long Fei looked at the alluring blood-red petals, which were slightly curled up like frost. The instant Long Fei took them out, he shook violently. Buzz! The petals instantly looked like blood, and a red liquid dripped from the petals, as if they were made of fresh blood. Immediately, a powerful energy directly flowed into Long Fei's sea of consciousness. This was a powerful spiritual energy, causing Long Fei's body to sink slightly. "You still dare to be cocky in front of me?" Long Fei moved, a strong killing intent immediately gushing out from his body. At this moment, the god's illusion flower was immediately enraged, and all of the spirit energy it released was crushed. Killing intent was its nemesis. His strength had been completely suppressed. Long Fei roared fiercely, "Are you trying to be cocky for your father again? Will it release a hallucinatory spiritual force? Come on, let's see what else you can do." Long Fei ruthlessly trampled the god's illusion flower. The god's illusion flower's body continued to shrink, the petals closed, and the two leaves started to contract as well. At this moment, A voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. It was very thin, very weak, like the soft voice of a young lady. However, it was very clear. "Milord, I was wrong. Don't release any more killing intent." "I was wrong." Long Fei was startled. Her eyes stared straight at the god's illusion flower. She asked in shock, "You're talking?" The god's illusion flower immediately replied, "Yes, I'm talking. Master, can you please retract your killing intent? I can't take it anymore." His voice was even weaker. Long Fei also swiftly withdrew his killing intent, then said while looking at the god's illusion flower, "You are only a 9th-rank spirit grass, you don't even have spirit sense, how can you still speak?" Spirit grass and spirit beasts required thousands of years to evolve their consciousness, and 10,000 years to be able to speak like a human. God's illusion flower were not any rare spirit grass, they were only at the 9th level as well. He didn't even have spiritual awareness at this stage, let alone speak. The god's illusion flower in front of him was a little different. The killing intent in the room disappeared, and the god's illusion flower's body slowly relaxed as it gently swayed, and said, Actually, Long Fei said, "You better make it clear, or else." The god's illusion flower knew what Long Fei wanted to do, and immediately said, "I am actually Flower Fairy." "What? Flower Fairy? Do you think I'm stupid? How could I believe such words?" Long Fei didn't believe it at all. This was completely deceiving a child. Flower Fairy? Long Fei had experienced so many planes, yet he had never heard of the term Flower Fairy. The god's illusion flower muttered and said, "I knew you wouldn't believe me, but I am really a Flower Fairy, and I live amongst the god's illusion flower, and that is the reason why I am able to speak. That's also the reason why I haven't been refined by that pill refiner." Long Fei looked at her carefully. Long Quang was also confused and said, "Master, I have never heard of any Flower Fairy." The god's illusion flower seemed to be afraid that Long Fei would not believe it and said, "I swear to God, everything I say is true." "Fine, fine, fine. It doesn't matter if you are the Flower Fairy or the Grass Fairy, what I care about is your ability. What I care about is what value you have to me. I don't think there's a need for her to stay by my side if she doesn't have any value to me." Long Fei squinted. The killing intent from Long Fei's body secretly surged. The killing intent from Long Fei's body secretly surged. "You look like you're worthless and I'm going to get rid of you." Actually, this was Long Fei's probing. He wanted to know what ability the Flower Fairy possessed. Something that even the Dragon Quang doesn't know is definitely not ordinary, and for her to be able to live in a spirit grass, this ability is even more extraordinary. Flower Fairy simply could not stand Long Fei's pressure of killing intent. Before Long Fei could finish speaking, she anxiously said, "I have a lot of value. I can distinguish all the spirit grasses' ranks." Long Fei shrugged. "I can also differentiate between this and that, and I know your weakness as well. Otherwise, how do you think I would know about your weakness? This value is of no value to me. He is the owner of the system. As long as it was something within the range of Long Fei's realm, the system would be able to discern it and analyze it very clearly. Of course, if there was no system, the Flower Fairy was extremely powerful. It would be of great help to any pill refiner. It was useless to Long Fei, unless it was something that was outside of the system's range of identification. Upon hearing that it was useless to Long Fei, the Flower Fairy hurriedly said, I can still understand plants speak. I am a plant speech user." "Huh! A herbalist?" Long Fei was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of ability. In this world, what was most important was not humans or beasts, but plants. Flowers, plants, trees. If he could understand what these plants were saying, then that would be too awesome. However, who can prove it? What if Flower Fairy made it up? Long Fei asked doubtfully. "A herbalist? Understand plant speech?" Flower Fairy said, Yes, anything that has spirit, I can talk with it. Hundreds of years old trees, all kinds of spirit grass and spirit flowers, I have to be able to understand and speak with them. Long Fei asked, Who can prove it? Huh. This. Flower Fairy was a little embarrassed. There was indeed no way to prove this, because she knew that she was the only one who spoke up in the entire ancient world. How could he prove it? Long Fei looked at a tree in the courtyard and said, Do you know what it said? The god's illusion flower said, I have to get by its side before I can talk to it. Long Fei said, I'll bring you to his side, I want to see what kind of story you can come up with. Long Fei brought God's illusion flower into the courtyard. There was a 100-year-old tree on the side of the yard. It wasn't big. The God's illusion flower swayed a few times and said, He said that for the past 100 years, you have been the 27th master of this courtyard. Her. Long Fei laughed and said, Continue making it up. The God's illusion flower was very anxious. He knew Long Fei did not believe it. The flower continued to sway a bit, and then said, He said that he bought a holy source stone under the 8th floor tile in the courtyard. Huh! Long Fei looked at the floor tile in the middle of the courtyard, the 8th floor, right? Sure. I'll see how you continue to make things up. Long Fei lifted the floor tile with one hand. What surprised him was, as expected, there was a holy source stone there. Long Fei was stunned. This was the first time the god's illusion flower had come to this courtyard, there was no doubt about this. In other words, this flower fairy was really a herbalist. She understood what Big Tree said to him just now. Glossary. Damn! I've struck it rich. Long Fei was secretly delighted in his heart. With such a guy who understood the language of plants, he would be able to easily ask about it whenever he wanted to in the future. Moreover, if he could find the spirit stone buried under the floor tile, then he would be able to find the ancient tomb or other treasures. This was secondary. Right now, what Long Fei needed the most wasn't treasures, but leveling up. Long Fei revealed an indifferent expression and said, This ability is still considered valuable. What other abilities do you have? For example, do you know where demon beasts are located? Flower Fairy said, I don't know where there are demon beasts, but I can ask for you. Huh! Long Fei's heart trembled and thought to himself, That's right. Just put this guy into the woods. Just ask a few trees and you'll know the situation of the forest. Rub. An omnipotent guide. And then, Long Fei said, All right, if you can find any places that have demon beast, I will feel that you are valuable, so you can stay by my side. Flower Fairy replied, I can definitely ask for you, but I have a request. Long Fei said, You still have more requests? Tell me about it. Flower Fairy said, I need to absorb your holy source once a day. If you don't agree, then just kill me. Long Fei said, All right, I will agree to this condition. Whether or not you are worthy will depend on your performance tonight. Flower Fairy was also secretly happy as he said, Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. In the past, she could be said to have been a wanderer. Deep in the mountains. He had been in the water, too. She had stayed in the hands of the powerful alchemy masters before, as well as in the purgatory, but she could face death every day. This was because as long as she did not have any holy source to absorb, she would wither and die. If Long Fei could let her absorb the holy source, then she wouldn't have to wander around freely. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, This is for the best. Right. Ask it first, where can I get out? Long Fei initially wanted to secretly leave the East Gate, to go out to level up at night. Right now, there was no need to worry, all of these things could be handed over to the Flower Fairy. Indeed, before even waiting for 3 seconds, Flower Fairy had a result. In another place, training room, 8 bursts fist. Explode. Mu Yao's fist moved, smashing onto the wooden stake. Explode, explode, explode. 7 consecutive sounds could be heard. The sound was very explosive, and the power was very ferocious as well. Compared to yesterday, this boxing style's strength had doubled. However, Mu Yao frowned, as if he was very dissatisfied. Why can't the power of the 8th explosion come out? I did as he said. Why is that? She repeated the words of the morning over and over in her mind. Long Fei's figure also appeared in his mind. A service disciple. Mu Yao's gaze tensed up. He is just a service disciple, and a newcomer at that. He doesn't even have the qualifications to practice. Does he know any techniques? Moreover, it's a rank 6 cultivation technique. The 8 bursts fist was not simple at all, and it would be even more difficult to cultivate it well. Even the strongest elder in the eastern region would have to use it 8 times, but the last 2 times were also similarly lacking in strength. At the start, she thought that was the case, but today she knew that the 8 bursts fist was stronger than the first time. His previous understanding of the 8 bursts fist was completely wrong. But now she was at the 7th explosion, so she was unable to unleash the power of the 8th explosion. Mu Yao was troubled. The exam was getting closer and closer. If she still couldn't master this fist technique before the exam began, then her chances of passing the exam would be very slim. Mu Yao secretly clenched his fists. Should I ask him? Mu Yao was a woman with goals and ambitions. Mu Yao was a woman with goals and ambitions. The man she liked was also one with goals in mind. It was clear that Long Fei did not exist in her heart as he trained assiduously for her goals. Just by seeing Long Fei flirting with him in the courtyard, she had one-sidedly determined that Long Fei was a man that did not pursue anything. Even if a man was born lowly, he couldn't lose his ambition. Especially in this kind of world where the powerhouse was respected, they had to work even harder to become stronger and cultivate. She waited in practicing courtyard for a whole day, and all the other service disciples came over, but she did not see Long Fei. Did not appear even once every day for an hour. Combining these 2 points, she believed that Long Fei was a man with no future. Only now. She was confused. Why did a service disciple know about 8 bursts fist? Moreover, with his guidance, her 8 bursts fist's power increased by a lot. Did he really understand? Or did it just happen to be true? Mu Yao's heart was filled with doubts. However, in the end, she did not go to find Long Fei. In her heart, she had already seen in front of Long Fei what he had told her. Long Fei left the small courtyard. He quietly arrived at a corner following the flower fairy's directions. Just when he was about to leave, coincidentally, Mu Yun walked over. Seeing Long Fei, Mu Yun was stunned at first, but after that he exclaimed in shock. Junior brother Mu Fei, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want to leave the Mu clan? Although we are servants, but do you know how many people under the God-living mountain are begging to enter the Mu clan to be servants? We should be satisfied. He thought Long Fei wanted to escape. Long Fei laughed bitterly and said, I don't want to escape. I just want to go out and take a look. Mu Yun laughed awkwardly. You want to go out? Why would we want to go out? Deep in the mountains of our eastern region, we will be able to encounter demon beast once we walk out of this wall. It would be very dangerous for you to go out. As expected. Long Fei was secretly shocked. Flower Fairy didn't lie to me. Demon beast. That was exactly what Long Fei needed the most right now. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Long Fei said, I can't learn much from cultivating and practicing courtyard. I want to go out and gain experience. Fighting is the best way to improve myself. Mu Yun was startled and said, Real combat can raise one's cultivation? Long Fei said, Of course this is the best way. Mu Yun hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay, then I will go with you. Huh. Long Fei said, You're going too? This is against the rules of the Eastern District. If we get caught, Mu Yun said, I want to become stronger. Her eyes were determined. He had just returned from cultivation, but his cultivation had not improved at all. His talent was too poor. Even if he spent twice as much time cultivating as others, it still wouldn't be half of what others gained from cultivating. If one's talent was poor, there was only one way to become stronger, and that was to train to the point of death. If others could practice it in 1 day, he would then use 10 days, 20 days, or 100 days to cultivate. Long Fei looked at the determined Mu Yun and said, "Have you made your decision? It's very dangerous outside." Mu Yun said, "I know, but junior brother, my cultivation is also higher than yours. It's more dangerous for you to go out alone. I can still protect you. Let's go. We have to be back before dawn." With that said, he climbed onto the wall and extended his hand towards Long Fei. Long Fei laughed, reached out his hand and grabbed Mu Yun's hand, then leaped up with all his might. Young Sparrowhawk landed on the other side of the wall. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the forest. In the dark, Mu Dafu slowly walked out, his eyes becoming nervous. He saw everything that had happened, but he did not stop it. However, he was a little confused. Can't you cultivate it in the practicing courtyard? Do you really have to run out to cultivate? Mu Dafu muttered, but he did not follow him out. His mission was just to protect Long Fei well in the East region. As for leaving the East region, that was Long Fei's own business. What direction? West, 3 kilometers. What rank of demon beast? Uncle Tree said just now that it was a first-rank demon beast. Okay. Long Fei and Flower Fairy answered each other's questions. He now completely trusted the Flower Fairy. After confirming the direction, Long Fei swiftly rushed out. Mu Yun followed behind Long Fei. He was completely confused and did not know what Long Fei wanted to do. He had clearly come out to do battle, but where was the target of the battle? A few minutes later, Long Fei stopped and said, "We're here." Mu Yun asked, "Where?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, chewing sounds came from behind a bush, and at the same time, there was a low roar that emitted the aura of a vicious beast. Mu Yun could feel the chi of the fierce beast, his eyes shook and he said, "Demon beast?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the stone wolf in the shrubbery immediately sensed the human's aura and immediately gave up on the rotten hair, leaping heavily. Whoosh! With a leap, he jumped dozens of meters behind Long Fei. Mu Yun was shocked and said, "First-rank demon beast, stone wolf. Junior brother, is this the real combat you were talking about?" Not waiting for him to finish, the stone wolf pounced towards Long Fei. Long Fei frowned, locking onto the stone wolf, which was around the height of a person, more than 2 meters long, and completely covered in stones. He did not let his guard down. He had killed thousands and thousands of demon beasts, and killed many divine beasts as well. This first-stage demon beast seemed to be trash, but the dimensions were different. This was the ancient world's divine space, and a first-stage demon beast was even stronger than lower-realm divine beast. "Do you want to go, or should I?" Long Fei looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun clenched his teeth and said, "I am a 6th-stage deity, I will go." As Long Fei's senior brother, of course he had to protect Long Fei. Seeing the stone wolf pouncing at him, the cemetery took a step forward, and with his right hand taking out a green sword, the sword blurred, releasing a sword technique. Fallen Leaf Sword. The first stance, Wind Catch Fallen Leaf. Buzz! The sword chime resonated slightly as Mu Yun's sword reached out and struck straight at the center of the stone wolf's brows. It was just that. The stone wolf did not dodge but rather opened its doors wide and rushed towards Mu Yun. The sword pierced right into the center of the stone wolf's eyebrows, causing Mu Yun to feel joy in his heart. "Bastard, why aren't you falling down?" If he were to be struck like that, he would definitely be injured. However, there was not a single scratch on the stone wolf's forehead. Under Long Fei's system display, he did not lose a single drop of blood, and the powerful impact directly bent Mu Yun's sword. His body sank, and the instant he landed, he exerted his strength once more. Crack! Crash! The long sword shattered. Mu Yun's face changed, his sword broke, his mind was in a mess. When he tried to retreat, he realized that the stone wolf had already pounced in front of him. Ah! Mu Yun immediately screamed in shock. Long Fei grabbed Mu Yun's collar and pulled him back. Mu Yun retreated. Long Fei's fist sunk. 8 bursts fist. 8 bursts fist. 8 bursts fist. His entire body moved and a fist shot out. It solidly struck between the brows of the stone wolf. Immediately, 8 exploding sounds came from the entire body of the stone wolf. A bright red number floated above his head, 3,980. Its HP was also completely revealed, at 10,000 points. Long Fei muttered, "Damn, is the blood of the demon beast of the divine space so thick? Even a first-stage demon beast with 10,000 HP would be a little fierce." A woo. The stone wolf's body sank and a mouthful of blood came out from between its eyebrows. It was so painful that its entire body trembled, but its eyes had also turned crimson. He was enraged. He bared his fangs and let out a low cry. Woo. 8 bursts fist has a high degree of damage, causing 8 parts of the body to be severely injured. Long Fei's current 8 bursts fist was not even at the first level. He couldn't unleash much power at all. It was enough to deal 4,000 damage. After finishing the punch, Long Fei did not retreat, but took a step forward and bellowed, "Fury? Come on!" Without waiting for the stone wolf to react, he grabbed the stone wolf's neck, pushed himself up with both hands, and jumped high. Then he sank. Bam! It directly flipped the stone wolf over. Long Fei's arms were tightly locked together. It's like wrestling. The stone wolf that was flipped over struggled crazily. It felt extremely uncomfortable with its neck being locked, but its 4 limbs could not grab hold of its strength. Furthermore, it would be even less able to harm Long Fei. There was a pause of half a minute. The amount of blood on the head of the stone wolf dropped to the bottom. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Stone Wolf for obtaining 5,000 experience, 500 holy source points, and 1 striking value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Stone Wolf skin. Huff! Hearing the system beep S, Long Fei let out a small breath, stood up, looked at the Stone Wolf S on the ground and muttered, "You little brat, are you still angry with me?" Then, he looked towards the dumbstruck Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. In less than a minute, a first-stage demon beast was killed by Long Fei just like that. The aura exuding from his body was completely different. He was like a veteran who had gone through many battles. He was calm, steady, and would not give his opponent any chances after dealing with him. The most important thing was, he was a 6th-stage god of heaven, and Long Fei was a 4th-stage god of heaven, a demon beast that even he was unable to deal with. Isn't this a little too fierce? One more thing. It was only the first day that Long Fei arrived in Mu Clan, when he had started to train in the 8 bursts fist, and only disciples with green identity were qualified to train in this kind of fist technique. What are you guys blanking out for? We're leaving. Long Fei did not stay any longer. At night, he had to hurry and level up. Suddenly, Mu Yun took a step forward and immediately knelt in front of Long Fei and said, "Boss, teach me." Huh! Long Fei was shocked, supporting Mu Yun. He asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" "No, don't. You're my senior brother, no, you're my boss. From today onwards, I, Mu Yun, will follow you. Please, teach me." Mu Yun kneeled on the ground and did not get up. Long Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "What should I teach you?" Mu Yun said, "Teach me anything, teach me combat skills, teach me techniques, whatever you teach me, I will learn anything." Everyone wanted to become strong, and it was the same for Mu Yun. Seeing Long Fei taking care of a stone wolf so easily, even a heavenly god 8th pin could not do it. How strong was Long Fei? If he could get Long Fei's guidance, perhaps he could become like this in a few years, perhaps. Maybe his goddess Mu Yao would be able to take a look at him. Long Fei said, "Get up first." Mu Yun said, "Boss, if you don't accept me, I won't get up." He had finally managed to grab onto a life-saving straw, so it was impossible for him to let go. Helpless, Long Fei could only agree and say, "All right, I agree. Can you get up now?" Mu Yun giggled and said, "Boss." Long Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Being my little brother doesn't have any good ending. I'm fine. As long as I can become a little stronger, I won't be afraid even if I die." Mu Yun did not have any intentions, and he did not know what Long Fei meant by those words. Long Fei did not say anything either. This was his grandfather's family. If he could use the system to nurture a few powerhouses, it would be considered helping his grandfather. Long Fei said, "Your talent is limited, your cultivation is only at that level, what's the point of becoming strong?" Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly and after a few seconds, he said, "I want Mu Yao to look at me. If I can become stronger, she will definitely notice me." "That's it?" Long Fei was a little surprised. "You are just too useless. If it was me, I would have definitely married her as my goal. Just looking at her is nothing. You have to target her in the future. Only then can you be considered a man." Mu Yun muttered. "I want to as well, but how can her talent and mine compare to me? I am satisfied with just a glance. F***ck, if you only have this little bit of potential, then don't follow me. You're simply insulting me." Long Fei said in annoyance. Mu Yun immediately said, "All right, I'll do whatever boss says." "That's more like it," Long Fei said. "But just as you said, if you want to obtain her, you must first make her pay attention to you. If you want her to notice you, then you must become stronger. There's still one more stone wolf ahead. Bring out all of your strength later on and force your way up. Understood?" Mu Yun nodded heavily and said, "All right." "Restricted talent? Then just accept your fate?" "No. Long Fei would never accept his fate, nor would he let the people beside him accept their fate. There is nothing in this world that can't be changed." Mu Yun's aptitude was indeed not very high, but if one was willing to work hard, Long Fei would definitely let him become a peak powerhouse. Roar! The stone wolf pounced. Mu Yun resisted with all his might. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he learnt Long Fei's way of fighting by getting close to him. There were several cuts on his chest, but he did not avoid them. He was going to force his way down. However, he did not have any actual combat experience, and was completely ravaged by the stone wolf. Finally, Long Fei struck out with his 8 bursts fist, and after a few punches, the stone wolf's life was taken. The system sounded out again. Long Fei looked at the panting Mu Yun and said indifferently, "Let's go, continue." Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei. The system kept beeping throughout the night. His experience points was constantly increasing. It was close to 90%. There were still a few first-stage demon beasts left to level up. At this moment, there was not much time for daylight. Long Fei thought to himself that he would have to return here today. After all, he had to rush back to the East region to sweep the floor. However, just then, Flower Fairy suddenly said, "Master, a big tree grandpa just told me something. There's a stone wolf king in a cave in this valley. It's protecting a spirit treasure." "Huh! Stone wolf king? Boss!" Long Fei was immediately excited. "Is the information accurate? Is the information accurate? Grandpa Tree would never lie to me." Flower Fairy was very sure. Long Fei did not understand the plant language. However, Flower Fairy's tone seemed to be very sure. How could the Flower Fairy be so sure? If plants could speak, they should have the same spiritual awareness as humans. They shouldn't believe everything that was said. Flower Fairy was very sure. Even if Flower Fairy was not sure, Long Fei would still take the risk. Boss, it's even a soul treasure. Even if it was a lie, he still had to try. Long Fei immediately said, Wait here, I'll go into the valley and take a look myself. After a night of killing, Mu Yun's entire body was covered with flesh wounds. Although it was not heavy, he had pretty much used up all of his holy source. If he followed him in, he would instead become a burden for Long Fei. Mu Yun nodded his head and said, Boss, then you must be careful. Long Fei said, If I don't come out before daybreak, you can go back first and help me clean practicing courtyard. Mu Yun said, All right, I will remember. After giving instructions, Long Fei walked into the valley alone. The darkest time before dawn. Long Fei's cultivation was not high in the darkness. He could only see the distance of 10 meters. Flower Fairy, position. Go to the right. There will be a wall at the end of the tunnel. The cave is somewhere on the wall. All right. Following the Flower Fairy's instructions, Long Fei swiftly walked to the right side of the mountain cliff and followed the cliff until he entered deep into the mountain. Not long after, he indeed saw the entrance to a pitch-black cave. Flower Fairy said, It should be here. However, Master, I asked my friends on the way here. They said that the Stone Wolf King in the cave is very powerful. Why don't we go back first? Flower Fairy was a little worried. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, Are you worried about me? Flower Fairy replied, and Long Fei said, You are worried that if I die, no one will provide you with the holy source to absorb. Flower Fairy muttered, That's right, it was so difficult for me to parasitize myself on a person's body. I really don't want anything to happen to you. She had suffered too much. Long Fei was the first human to agree to her being a parasite. As long as a human provided her with holy source to absorb, she did not have to worry. Long Fei said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Don't you want to eat the ducks that are in your mouth? Non-existent. Moreover, not being able to break through even one level in this night gave Long Fei a headache. How long would he be able to continue to walk out of the God-living mountain? Moreover, the undead lord could come at any time. If he did not become stronger before this, how would he take revenge? Long Fei kept thinking about leveling up and becoming stronger. He wouldn't miss out on any EXP, let alone a boss. Looking at the dark mountain cave, Long Fei stepped into it. The moment he stepped into the cave, an angry growl came from the depths of the cave. At the same time, pairs of eyes that glowed with green light appeared in the dark cave. Long Fei frowned. Damn. I was wondering why we didn't encounter a single demon beast in the valley. So it turns out that they're all hiding here. The green eyes of his hands were the eyes of a demon. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. A stone wolf that was a size larger than the ones outside the valley entered Long Fei's field of vision. Its stone armor was heavier, and its aura was more violent. Its tongue was trembling in its mouth as it let out roars and growls. Its two long fangs were shining with a cold light as saliva slowly dripped from between its teeth. It flowed down. Very cruel. The dark green eyes turned sinister. Bam! The stone wolf burst out and charged straight at Long Fei. So fast. This guy should be an elite stone wolf monster, right? Long Fei's body sank, and without waiting for the stone wolf to rush over, he faced it head-on. 8 bursts fist. The power from his body gushed into his fist. Boom! A punch landed on the stone wolf's head, causing a red damage figure to float up above. 2,000 at the same time, the stone wolf's HP also appeared. 12,000 points. The damage was reduced by 1-fold. The stone wolf's health also increased by 2,000. Although it had not reached the realm of a second-stage demon beast, it was much stronger than the stone wolf outside. It really is an elite monster. Long Fei rubbed his slightly numb fists together, the stone wolf's head slightly split open, and a few drops of blood flowed out from it. The blood flowed down the lines on the top of its head, making it even more furious. Roar! Letting out a roar, the stone wolf propped itself up with its feet and pounced towards Long Fei. Long Fei looked up, his right leg standing at his original position. He soared into the sky. "Little brat, am I not able to take care of you?" He immediately jumped to the top of the stone wolf, flipped his body, and threw a heavy punch towards the stone wolf. Bam! The stone wolf fell to the ground. Long Fei descended and began a violent fight. Punch after punch followed. "While he's sick, take his life. This is what Long Fei is like. Don't give him the chance, otherwise he definitely wouldn't let you get up." Under Long Fei's critical strike, the blood on the stone wolf's head quickly decreased until it became 0. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Stone Wolf. You have received 6,000 experience points, 600 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. An extra 1,000 experience points. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up. Looking at the other stone wolf that had walked out, he said, "Next." Boom! Boom! Swish! 3 minutes later. Another stone wolf fell onto the ground. The clothes on Long Fei's chest had also been ripped. The level was a hard wound. Long Fei's battle experience, reaction, speed, and control of his strength could be said to be as pure as fire. The level of a 4th-grade deity was simply too low. Next. 8 bursts fist. Boom! Another punch struck out, and 8 consecutive explosions sounded out from the stone wolf's body. With a slight tremble of his body, Long Fei moved as fast as if he was flying, directly behind the stone wolf. He exploded outwards. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Stone Wolf for obtaining 6,000 experience, 600 holy source points, 1 striking value. Ding! The system beep rang once every few minutes. Half an hour later, after a few rounds, the view within the cave gradually became clear. From the depths of the cave, a variety of colored lights were constantly flashing. It should be soon, right? Long Fei was secretly happy in his heart. And looking at the colorful glow, he became excited. It seems that Flower Fairy did not lie to me, a spiritual treasure really was born. Ha ha ha! Roar! A furious roar. In that instant, the golden light was dazzling as a 3-meter-tall stone wolf king rushed out. Its aura was extremely ferocious and fierce, and not only were the stones on its body carved with all kinds of runes. Their auras were completely different. Damn. The boss is the boss, but it's different. Since it's a boss. Then. I won't delay any longer. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted slightly. The idea moved and took out the Dong Huang sword. This is the only boss left, kill it with 1 strike. The God's Chop. Since it's a booze, then it's the last one. Since it's a booze, then it's the last one. Since it was the last demon beast, then what time was there to waste? To instantly use God's Chop, this move surpassed Long Fei's cultivation of level 10, and could kill anything within level 10. Just like humans, the demon beast were the same. Stone Wolf King is just a first-stage demon beast boss. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can't possibly surpass the Holy Moon state, right? Thus, with this cut, the Stone Wolf King would definitely die. Ding! Target locked. Kill! Long Fei's 2 hands held onto the sword hilt. He bellowed out and then fiercely pulled. The Dong Huang sword does not have a sword body, but the god's sword spirit replaced the sword body, and poured the power of the God's Chop into the sword. Destroy. The destructive force furiously slashed down from the God's sword spirit. The Stone Wolf King did not dodge and rushed forward. Rumble! 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 Sword chi wreaked havoc in the cave, causing huge tremors. The rocks around the cave wall fell down crazily, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to tremble. It seemed as if the cave could collapse at any time. Long Fei frowned. He was filled with doubts, because he did not hear the system's notification sound. He didn't die? That's impossible. No matter how strong Stone Wolf King are, they can't possibly surpass the 4th level of the Divine Moon Realm, right? God's chop can kill a 4th level Spirit Moon Realm person. Is a 1st level Demon Beast boss really that strong? No prompting was the best proof. Long Fei's mind tensed up. Countless of life and death experiences had told him, in this kind of situation, if Stone Wolf King doesn't die, he might die in the next second. Immediately, Long Fei leaped with all his might and rushed forward. The god's chop was exceptionally strong, being able to instantly kill an existence below level 10. If the Stone Wolf King did not die, it would definitely be severely injured. This was a time he could not afford to miss. Long Fei rushed out with all his might, his mind thinking the entire time about why he did not instantly kill the Stone Wolf King. Its level definitely cannot surpass the 4th stage of the Divine Moon Realm unless external strength? The Divine Space was the strongest plane of Ancient World. This was the true Ancient World, the place where countless dimensions were born. There are billions of years ago. Old things. In these countless years, this continent was filled with many unknown secrets. Anything could happen. Stone Wolf King was only a 1st stage demon beast boss, so no matter how strong they were, they could not surpass the Divine Moon Realm. There was only one possibility for him to survive. There was a unique power in his body that could block powerful attack. Perhaps he could evade some attacks. When he rushed into the depths of the cave, Long Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration, the inscription on its body. Yes. It must be the effect of those inscriptions. Long Quang, do you know those inscriptions? Long Fei immediately asked. Long Quang and Long Batian were people of the same generation, super powerhouse S from several trillion years ago. They were the earliest group of people in the ancient world. They should understand divine space the best. However, Long Quang was stupefied and said, "When that Stone Wolf King appeared, I noticed the inscriptions on it, but the strange thing is, I don't understand a single one of these inscriptions." He could not understand. This made Long Fei even more shocked. The Dragon Quang was one of the first powerhouse in the divine space, an ancient powerhouse, but he actually could not understand it? That he had never seen before? Long Fei said in shock. You actually don't understand? It can't be? Long Quang was also very puzzled and said, "There are over 3,700 inscriptions in ancient world. I know all the over 3,700 inscriptions, and it can be said that I can recite them all backwards, but the inscriptions on this tiny 1st stage demon beast is actually. I don't understand. This. Could it be that during my disappearance, my divine space underwent many changes? Am I out of date?" I. Long Quang had a bitter look on his face. Ever since Long Fei entered the divine space, he felt that he had completely broken off all ties with this world. Moreover, there was still a knot in his heart. Was he Long Batian's pawn? This question had always puzzled him. It's fine if you don't know. You're not a god, so it's impossible for you to know everything. Even if you're a god, it's also impossible for you to know everything. Long Fei did not ask further. It was just that. His heart was shocked. Either these inscriptions were from more than 3,700 different types, or later. There was another possibility, it was an alien species. An inscription from another world. It wasn't impossible, the current ancient world looked like he was being controlled by the Xian nationality, but the truth was that the ones who were truly controlling the ancient world were the foreign forces backing the Xian nationality. It was normal for foreign inscriptions to appear. No matter what. Even if it's the emperor himself, he will still die today. Long Fei quickly followed the trail of blood on the ground and caught up. The more he went in, the brighter the light became. It shone with a 7-colored light. A few minutes later, Long Fei reached the deepest part. An open space half the size of a basketball court. In the center was an altar with a small stone floating above it. It was a black stone, and the stone was surrounded by all sorts of light. The altar was surrounded by densely packed inscription patterns. These inscriptions were not sculpted or written, but rather came from a person's own body. Long Fei saw the scene in front of him, and his eyes secretly tensed up. "I'm going, where is this place?" It was a little creepy. It was like a cult. Long Quang immediately said, "Master, this place is very dangerous." Long Fei did not withdraw. If he didn't kill the boss, how could he leave? The Stone Wolf King was not far away. Strangely, he was kneeling on the ground like a human, worshipping the black stone. At this time, the inscription on the altar continued to pour into his wounds, and the amount of blood on his head was rapidly recovering. "Holy sh*T! Long Fei shouted. Stone Wolf King's HP was very little, but if he continued to recover, it wouldn't even take 10 minutes for his HP to fully recover. Immediately, Long Fei did not care about the inscriptions on the altar. First kill to respect. With a step forward, Long Fei punched the Stone Wolf King. 8 bursts fist. The Stone Wolf King's body was flung several meters away, and the sound of 8 violent strikes came from its body. The Stone Wolf King roared in anger, and instantly pounced towards Long Fei, its powerful aura completely suppressing Long Fei's mind. The demon beast raged, entering into a berserk state. The attribute is doubled. F***CK. Long Fei's eyes darkened. The god's chop was cooling down, so it was impossible for him to cut it again. The 8 bursts fist was also of little use to him. And at this time, there was no way for him to escape. Long Fei didn't have any countermeasures. However, just as Long Fei was at a loss for what to do, the inscriptions under his feet continuously flowed into his body like vines, and the inscriptions that looked like small black tadpoles appeared on his fists one after another. Strength. It suddenly swelled up like an explosion. Seeing the Stone Wolf King coming towards him, Long Fei punched him with his backhand. Rumble! 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 The body of the Stone Wolf King was instantly smashed into smithereens, causing Long Fei to be stunned in place. Damn! Looking at the inscription on his fist, he couldn't help but look at the altar behind him. As he looked at the altar, his pupils rapidly shrank like needles because the black stone on the altar had disappeared, and the one to replace it was himself. The black stone that was originally floating had disappeared. Standing on the altar was Long Fei himself. The black stone that was originally floating had disappeared. Standing on the altar was Long Fei himself. As for him, he was clearly standing under the altar. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Did you see a ghost? A supernatural event? That's not right. Long Fei felt that something was wrong. His entire body felt numb, as if it was being bitten by a small worm. Pulling open the clothes at his chest, Long Fei's face immediately turned pale white. Dense runes of all kinds filled his entire body, and he was even gently moving. Not the surface of the skin, but the lower layer. When these runes entered his body, Long Fei felt an immense strength. Originally, Long Fei thought that it was nothing much. He was still very excited. After all, one punch was enough to kill the Stone Wolf King. Its damage was too great. But now, Long Fei was a little afraid. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" On the altar, Long Fei said at the same time, "What do you want to do?" It sounded exactly like his voice, as if he was repeating it himself. "Impossible! Impossible! It's an illusion! It's an illusion! Is there a climax to repeating my words? Is there a climax to repeating my words?" Long Fei said one sentence, and Long Fei, who was on the altar, said another. During this process, the runes on the altar continuously rushed towards Long Fei, with Long Fei as the center. A rune circle with a radius of 2 meters appeared. At the same time, on the altar, there was also a runic circle, with Long Fei as the center. The runes were being pulled by a strand of energy and unceasingly entering Long Fei's body. Long Fei's whole body could not endure the tearing, and the runes were filled with blazing energy. Boom! When the supreme force was released, it caused the clothes on the upper half of the body to burst out, revealing the upper half of the body. It was densely packed with runes, just like a monk from the underworld in a temple. It was very cruel. What's going on? Long Fei was unable to control the runes, and currently, he couldn't even move his feet. Long Quang was also incomparably anxious, saying, "Master, although I don't understand these symbols, I can deduce that it wants to possess another body." Possession? Long Fei raised his eyebrows. Long Quangdao. He's learning every single move of yours, imitating even your words, so he wants to become you. Once he completely controls you, your current body will probably die. Damn, how could he be so sinister? Long Fei's heart sank. Is there any way to break it? Long Quangdao. I still haven't thought of it. Long Fei stared at himself on the altar and said, "You want to rob me?" This time, it was a little unexpected. On the altar, Long Fei did not repeat himself, but instead, the corner of his mouth slightly curled, revealing an evil smile. "Not bad, even though your body is not too good, at least it can let me out of here. Don't worry. From today onwards I will replace you. Your life will become even more exciting, so calm down and set out on your journey." Ha ha ha! On the altar, Long Fei was very proud of himself, because he was already 90% sure that Long Fei wouldn't be able to struggle free from this situation. In that short period of time, he had already grasped all of Long Fei's body. As long as it was time, he could completely take control of Long Fei. Long Fei also sneered and said, "If you were to rob this father, then I'm afraid you wouldn't know who I am." Long Fei, who was on the altar, laughed. "Who could you be? However, you are just a service disciple in the God-living mountain. Your talent is low and you don't have much hope in this life. You really don't know who I am." Long Fei smiled. Right now, he couldn't move because he was bound by symbols. He was currently receiving damage from the rune. The way to dispel this kind of damage was upgrade. This was because all of Long Fei's attributes would be restored after he leveled up. At that moment, the bindings would disappear. Just now, he killed the Stone Wolf King, and immediately, the system beep replied. On the altar, Long Fei revealed a disdainful sneer and said, "You? To let me possess your body is your supreme honor, and you want to resist? Dream on." "Oh, is that so?" Long Fei squinted. At this moment, the system beep rang. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Stone Wolf King, for obtaining 30,000 EXP, 3,000 Holy Source Points, 1 Striking Value Point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Stone Wolf Crystal. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level: Sky God 5th pin. A level up notification sounded. At this moment, all of the attributes on Long Fei's body were fully recovered. Was already prepared for it. With a flick of his wrist, he leapt out fiercely. Boom! He leapt up from the ground. The runes on his body completely vanished. Long Fei, who was on the altar, lost control of Long Fei. After struggling for a bit, his illusionary figure disappeared and transformed back into the black stone. Long Fei, who had leapt into the air, did not escape. Just now, he had already experienced the formidable power brought to him by the runes. Once this power was used properly, his strength would increase by quite a few levels. Thus, he took a step forward and then shot toward the altar. If this altar is a formation, the black stone is not the core of the formation. The formation aperture should be above him, the place where the light is coming from. Long Fei quickly thought. Although the power of the ancient era's formation had disappeared, his understanding of formations had not disappeared. He was unable to carve an ancient era's formation. However, he knew very well about the construction of the formation. Up there. Break for me. He threw a punch towards the wall above the black stone. Bam! The rock wall shattered and a square mirror appeared. Fang Jing shone on the black stone. The black stone was trembling. Heh heh! It's the right bet. Long Fei picked it with one hand and immediately took Fang Jing off. The square mirror was moved, the array core was destroyed. At this moment, the entire altar seemed to have lost its life force. The runes were also rapidly drying up. Finally, they slowly disappeared from the ground, and the black stone also fell down. The cave returned to its peaceful state. Long Fei landed and carefully walked up the altar, looking at the fist-sized black stone. It was as if he was looking at a heart. The black runes on the black stone were densely packed and extremely tiny. Long Fei shone the square mirror in his hand onto the black stone, causing it to immediately tremble as if it came alive. When the square mirror was removed, the black stone returned to normal. Interesting. Fang Jing has suppressed the black stone. The black stone possesses the power of the runes. Then where did my power come from? Long Fei was a little doubtful in his heart. He picked up the black stone on the ground and asked, Dragon Quang, do you know what kind of material this is? Long Quang carefully sensed it and said, I've never seen it before, it doesn't look like it belongs to the ancient world. Foreign stone. Long Fei looked at the black stone in his hand. Ancient world seems to have more and more foreign forces, huh? While he was speaking, the black stone in his hands suddenly rushed into his palm. Boom! With a dull thud, it charged straight to his heart. Suddenly, there was no sign. Long Fei felt his own heart tighten, as though his chest had become heavier, and he was suffocating. It was as if he was going to die. His face was pale. There was no reaction at all, and he could not resist at all. They could only allow that black stone to freely enter his heart. Would he possess a body? Long Fei didn't know. Will he die? He didn't know. At this moment, Long Fei was truly resigned to fate. Even if Fang Jing could suppress the black stone had already entered his heart. If he used Fang Jing to suppress it, his heart might even explode. Long Fei did not do so. Even if his body was possessed, he still had a chance to snatch it back. If his heart exploded, then he would really die. There was no saving him. A second was like a year. Long Fei could clearly feel the black stone slowly squeezing into his heart. The system beeped the moment he squeezed into his heart. Ding! System prompt. Heart complete. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Heart of Inscription. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Power of Inscription. Item: Inscribed Heart Grade. Material: Titanium. Attributes: Suffer extreme pressure to create a supreme blood vein. Description: The Heart of Inscription is a product of technology. Item: Power of Inscription Grade. Attribute: Strength. Descent. Description: Releasing the inscription, the user will be surrounded by a powerful destructive force. When the system beep finished, Long Fei's entire being also relaxed for a moment. Phew. He took a few deep breaths. Long Fei's expression recovered and his brows tightened. System beep? If there was no system beep, Long Fei would be very worried, because Black Stone might very well possess another body. However, if the system recognizes that the Black Stone is unable to possess another body, that would mean that the Black Stone is unable to possess another body. Moreover, the system prompt shocked Long Fei beyond belief. The heart is assembled? Holy sh*t, it feels like my body is a filling space? Technological products? This future black technology? Or was it a technology from a high plane? Just like the system in my mind? F***ck. Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. There was the world of martial artists, the legendary world of immortals and demons, and countless other cultivation worlds. These worlds all existed, and had a history spanning several trillion years. This was an extension of the Marshall Way. Similarly, tens of trillions of years of extension could also lead to the appearance of the technological world. It was just like Earth. From the Stone Age to the current technology era, this was a good proof. Thus, there must be a world of science and technology in the universe outside the ancient world. And the fact that this world of science and technology could be established in the universe showed just how powerful he was. Technology versus the ancient powerhouse, what kind of scene was this? The system in his mind was most likely from the high-tech world. The black stone had assembled into his heart, in place of his heart. Furthermore, the system had described him as a technological product, so Long Fei's body now had two technological products. One was the system, and the other was his black stone heart. Could not understand what kind of product it was. The system could not give any explanation. However, what is the heart for? Hematopoietic. The system especially described how the heart of a black stone could create a supreme blood vein for him. He can create a supreme blood vein? What level is this blood vein at? Long Fei sensed his heart, but there were no special changes. He only felt that his heart had become a little heavier. As for creating a supreme blood vein, he did not feel it. The heart is working and it is producing blood. However, it was not a very fast process, and Long Fei had a large amount of blood in his body right now, so it was impossible for him to replace it soon. To Long Fei, compared to the heart of the inscription, he preferred the power of inscription more. This power was the power that he had used to kill the Stone Wolf King with a single punch. Once released, his fist was covered in runes. It was just like the seal runes from the previous Emperor Xian. Once he used the ancient power, it would appear, but that was in the form of suppressing his power, while the power of inscription strengthened his power. Long Fei was extremely excited. Ha ha ha! This trip was not in vain. I've struck it rich. Be it the heart of the black stone or the power of inscription, both could be of great help to Long Fei at the moment. He needed to become stronger quickly. Undead Lord could appear at any time, and it was unclear whether Lu Luoshi was still alive or not, so he had to become strong as soon as possible. With the black stone's heart, Long Fei had an additional reason to rely on the power of inscription. Rumble! 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 A rumbling sound could be heard from within the mountain. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The mountain is about to cave in, I have to go back quickly. He quickly ran out of the cave. The cave collapsed after he ran out. Outside the cave, Mu Yun also left. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Mu Yun followed Long Fei's orders and swiftly rushed back to the eastern region. He had to help Long Fei clean up the practicing courtyard, and he must finish cleaning the practicing courtyard before the disciples come to cultivate. He now treated Long Fei as his boss. He saw hope in Long Fei, so Long Fei's matter was his. It was just that. They were going too deep into the mountain forest, so it was already morning when Mu Yun returned to the east side. He did not have time to change his clothes and directly ran towards practicing courtyard. At this time, practicing courtyard already had many disciples training in the morning. Hey! What are you doing? You woke up even later than us. What kind of place do you think the Mu clan is? Raising a service trash like you? You only came to clean up now, do you want to die? When Mu Yun walked into the practicing courtyard, he was immediately surrounded by a few green-badged disciples, all of them staring at him viciously. Mu Yun apologized repeatedly. Senior brother is sorry, I am sorry, I will clean up immediately. Sorry? So what if I'm sorry? You're delaying our practice, do you think you can waste our time? Do you know how much time you've wasted? These green-badged disciples did not intend to let Mu Yun go. Mu Yun kept apologizing, but it was useless. The status of service disciples was low to begin with, so they had to lower their heads before these green token disciples. Kid, you wasted my training time today, so you have to compensate. A man's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Mu Yun said, Senior brother, I have no money. A single monthly service disciple was not enough, and he did not have any extra money. The man was not surprised. No money? If that's the case, then serve as my training equipment. Mu Yun's pupils contracted. What was a training equipment? A human sandbag. To be able to spew out a few mouthfuls of blood from a beating, to be able to recuperate from internal injuries for 10 days to half a month, and to be beaten badly from that? It was death. At this moment, Mu Yao walked past Mu Yun into the training room. Mu Yun wanted to ask her for help, but Mu Yao didn't even look at him. Brat, have you decided? Mu Yun didn't even raise his head as he punched forward. Had no time to prepare for a quick punch. After being struck in the stomach, his body caved in and he explosively retreating dozens of steps before falling to the ground. Poochie! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He really is trash. He vomited blood just like that? I can't even take a single punch. Ha ha ha! Servant disciples are servant disciples. Not to mention having poor talent, even their physical bodies are so weak. Ha ha ha! Many people in the crowd were laughing at him. Mu Yun looked at Mu Yao, who was walking past him. He wished so much that Mu Yao could turn around and look at him, wished so much that he could say a few words for him. As long as Mu Yao spoke out, these people would definitely not make a move. However, no. In the end, Mu Yao did not turn back, as she did not even pay attention to what was happening around her. She never wasted her time on unimportant people. He would not even bother about a service disciple. Mu Yun laughed bitterly in his heart. She is a goddess that is above others. Why would she care about someone like me? Besides, she doesn't know me, so why should she help me? Mu Yun, you are really a toad that wants to eat swan meat. You're daydreaming. His heart sank. Boom. He abruptly stood up from the ground and said, You've already fought and scolded. Is that enough? He was infuriated. Moreover, although the goddess did not save him, he wanted to be a little more unyielding in front of the goddess, at least on the surface. This was self-esteem. Ouch! The leader of the disciples stepped forward and coldly snorted, You dare to speak to me like this, you lowly servant. You must be tired of living. Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly and said, We are all disciples of the Mu clan, are you not as relaxed as us service disciples? If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for retaliating. As soon as he finished, those green token disciples were enraged. A service disciple actually wanted to fight back? What was this? Wasn't this turning the sky upside down? What was the status of a service disciple? In the Mu clan, they were just low-class people with no status at all. And it was exactly because their talent was too low that they could not do anything in their entire life. This kind of person would never be able to turn his back. So what if you're a disciple of the Mu clan? You still dare to be arrogant? He was more like a masochist. Fight back. Kid, you're tired of living. You, a trash, dare to retaliate? Sure. I will definitely teach you a good lesson today. While they were talking, several green token disciples surrounded him, and the leading disciple shouted, Let me do it. Today, I will cripple him. As he spoke, his right fist moved, his waist sank as power surged out, blasting right into Mu Yun's chest with a loud sound. 8 bursts fist. Bam! A fist landed on Mu Yun's chest, but Mu Yun did not dodge. He felt a splitting pain in his chest, and his body continuously retreated backward. At the same time, 8 sounds rang out from his body. Bang bang bang. Boss is awesome. 8 bursts fist, 8 explosive sounds. Boss has already grasped the essence of the 8 bursts fist. So powerful. A few lackeys praised. Being able to produce 8 echoes of the 8 bursts fist, this fist technique was indeed not bad. Even the nearby Mu Yao had slightly stopped, as he turned his head to look at the disciple with the green token. Those few underlings immediately said, "Boss, Goddess Mu Yao is looking at you. Wow, senior sister couldn't have fallen for you, right? Ha ha. It must be. The boss is so mighty. Even Goddess Mu Yao looks at him in a different light. This year's South Area assessment will definitely give you a spot as the boss." All kinds of flattery flew in the air. The disciple in the lead was also extremely pleased with himself, and his tail was almost sticking up to the sky. The reason he cultivated the 8 bursts fist was to attract Mu Yao's attention. It was because he knew that Mu Yao had always been training in the 8 bursts fist, and it was also because of Mu Yao's presence that he was able to use the 8 bursts fist. After training, Mu Yao would definitely look for him to discuss about the 8 bursts fist. When he thought of this, he felt even more proud. The 8 explosions just now were so intense that it seemed very impressive. However, the damage was not great. Mu Yun was someone who understood, and at the beginning, he thought that he would at least be severely injured and collapse, but that didn't make his heart tremble. Is the 8 bursts fist different from the boss 8 bursts fist? Boss 8 bursts fist could take half of the stone wolf's life, but it didn't hurt much when it hit me. He was slightly surprised. He was very clear about how strong Long Fei's 8 bursts fist was. The disciple in front of him, Mu Shan, was on a completely different level from him. Moreover, last night, Long Fei had also told him about the cultivation method and details of the 8 bursts fist. Although he did not succeed in cultivating it, he felt that the 8 bursts fist that he had mastered was stronger than Mu Shan's. However, even if the power was not strong, blood still flowed out from the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Mu Shan's pupils sank and the corner of his eye twitched a few times. He stared at Mu Yun and said, "You want to die, right? Then I shall raise the power of the 8 bursts fist to its highest level." It was loud. It was purposely told to Mu Yao. The surrounding underlings all whispered, "Boss, Goddess Mu Yao is still looking at you. Boss, do your best. Ha ha. Boss, this punch will definitely kill this trash." Mu Shan was very excited. If he did not use his full strength for the previous punch, then he would definitely use all his strength for this punch, because he would make Mu Yao not forget him. This world pursued the highest realm. The powerhouse was respected. Women liked powerhouse. As long as he could unleash the true power of the 8 bursts fist, Mu Yao would definitely like him. Buzz! The moment his waist moved, his strength surged upwards. He raised his right fist and dove downward. 8 bursts fist. A fist struck towards Mu Yun's chest. Mu Yun stood in place, his mind carefully recalling the details of the 8 bursts fist that Long Fei had told him. Strength is born from the heart. Run whole body. Raising his right fist, he lowered it. Facing Mu Shan's fist, Mu Yun's eyes turned sinister. His fist struck out straight. At the same time he shouted out, 8 bursts fist. Everyone shivered. Who would have thought that Mu Yun would actually dare to counterattack, and even use 8 bursts fist? 8 bursts fist. He's a bastard, right? Ha ha. For a mere service disciple, not to mention having the qualifications to cultivate the 8 bursts fist, he would not even have the slightest bit of power to do so. Just look at him. He knows he doesn't have any strength. Many of the people nearby began to mock him. Mu Shan even revealed a look of disdain. At this moment, the 2 fists collided. Bam! A loud explosion sounded as the 2 forces collided. Mu Yun's arm bent slightly, his body sank and consecutively exploded backwards, as though his entire arm was crippled. Trash is trash. Servant disciples must have the consciousness to become a service disciple. Acting tough on our boss? You are still far from it. Seeing Mu Yun retreating, everyone laughed. However, at this moment, Mu Shan stood where he was without moving, and his body exploded with 8 intense sounds. Explode, 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 explode. Explode, 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 explode. 8 ear-piercing explosions resounded, exploding on practicing courtyard. Almost everyone turned to look at Mu Shan, because these 8 explosive sounds were too ear-piercing and too unfamiliar. What kind of cultivation technique could produce such a loud noise? When they saw the explosive sounds coming from Mu Shan's body, they were all stunned. At the same time, 8 places on Mu Shan's body exploded outward. It was like his meridians exploding. Fresh blood spurted out. Mu Shan's face also became extremely pale. Her body sank as her eyes firmly locked onto Mu Yun, and then his body went limp and he fell backward. He had fainted. The entire courtyard was in complete silence. All of them looked at Mu Yun with dumbstruck expressions. Mu Yun was also secretly surprised. He never thought that his own 8 bursts fist would completely suppress Mu Shan's 8 bursts fist. One must know that he was 3 realms lower than Mu Shan. Just by suppressing his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to injure Mu Shan. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to use just 1 night of cultivation to injure the 8 bursts fist. There was only one explanation for all of this. Mu Yun and Mu Shan's 8 bursts fist were not the same. This was the only explanation. They were both at the 8 bursts fist, and their cultivation was not as strong as Mu Shan's, but Mu Yun had one? Half a minute passed and everyone in the audience was looking at Mu Yun, and Mu Yao was similarly looking at him. Mu Yun noticed that this was the first time the goddess in his heart looked at him with such seriousness. She was feeling a little proud and excited in her heart. However, it was not as overjoyed as he had imagined. Very strange. It was as if he didn't like it at all. He couldn't tell why. Mu Yao was very astonished in his heart because the earlier punch from Mu Yun had unleashed all of the 8 bursts fist's power. One explosive attack was stronger than the other, especially the 8th explosion's damage. However, she could only do the 7th explosion. Her heart was filled with doubt. She had even started to think that the one who swept the floor yesterday morning was Mu Yun, that it was Mu Yun who had said those words to her. Right now, she really wanted to cultivate to the 8th explosive power. Looking at Mu Yun, she walked over. Seeing the goddess walk towards him, Mu Yun was a little excited in his heart. However, without waiting for Mu Yao to reach his side, Mu Shan's minions immediately surrounded Mu Yun. What a good service disciple! You actually dare to injure a regular disciple. You, a service disciple, don't even have the qualifications to cultivate the 8 bursts fist. You actually dared to secretly learn it. According to the family rules, we should break both his arms. Brothers, let's attack together and cripple him. Mu Yun had won, and their faces were all over the place. If they did not cripple Mu Yun, what face would they have in the future? Everyone surged forward at the same time and tightly surrounded Mu Yun. The reason why Mu Yun could injure Mu Shan was because he underestimated his opponent. Furthermore, Mu Yun had used his super strength to unleash his attacks, but such an explosion could not continue to occur. He hadn't completely mastered the 8 bursts fist. If he were to be called upon to fight back, he would definitely be unable to unleash the might he had just displayed. In addition, there were 6 or 7 people here. Every single one of them had a higher cultivation base than him, so he simply wasn't his match. He couldn't withstand it at all. After a few moves, he was pressed to the ground. Mu Yun, who was walking towards him, stopped midway and looked at him, but did not have any intentions of helping him. Mu Yun felt a slight chill in his heart. Hold his hand. I'm going to cripple him. You actually dared to secretly learn a cultivation technique. Today I will break your hand. A man escaped with a long blade and slashed at Mu Yun's hand. Practicing courtyard did not stop them. He was just a service disciple. Even if he knocked Mu Shan out just now, he was still a service disciple. Who would take an extra look? Who cares? No one. Even if it was Mu Yao, she only looked at him coldly. She had initially thought that Mu Yun had grasped the essence of the Eight Bursts fist, but seeing how he was beaten up by several people, she knew she was mistaken. That punch must have been a coincidence. It was just a coincidence. If one could cultivate the Eight Bursts fist to such a level, would they still be afraid of these minions? It could be seen that Mu Yun did not have control over the Eight Bursts fist. He felt slightly disappointed. Mu Yao looked at Mu Yun, whose hands were about to be crippled, and did not say anything. It was because a service disciple did not have the qualifications to cultivate the Eight Bursts fist. He must have been secretly learning. The management of the technique was very strict in the Mu clan. Any scholar who stole it would be punished. Thus, she turned slowly. At this moment, Mu Yun was in despair. Hold him down. With a loud shout, he chopped down with his blade. At this moment, bam! A muffled sound rang out as a figure quickly dashed over and said in a heavy voice, "Who dares to move my brother?" The aura on his body suddenly exploded. It directly made those small fries retreat a few steps. The person who came was none other than the Long Fei who had rushed back in a hurry. What Long Fei was releasing was not pressure, but killing intent that came from 1,000 gold and 100 battle. Boss! The corners of Mu Yun's eyes were wet. If he was 1 second late, his hand would have been severed. Long Fei immediately helped Mu Yun up and said, "Are you all right?" Mu Yun shook his head. "I won't die." However, Mu Yun looked at the small fry and at the same time, gathered many people from the practicing courtyard. Another service disciple? Damn, are all the service disciples these arrogant? Lawless. What is a mere service disciple up to? You're courting death. There were many servant disciples who did not like him, let alone such arrogant servant disciples like Long Fei. Long Fei's arrogant appearance on the stage made many disciples of practicing courtyard unhappy. Long Fei said in a deep voice and said, "Stop with the nonsense, who wants my brother's hands? Now let's try touching him." Since he had already accepted Mu Yun as his lackey, then Long Fei would treat him as a brother. And Mu Yun was not bad to him. Seeing his own brother being humiliated, Long Fei couldn't help but laugh. A service disciple like you wants to stand up for him? You have to consider yourself. If you try to stick your neck out, see if you can walk out of here today. A few disciples walked up. At this moment, the door to the training room was pushed open and an old man walked out. The old man said in a deep voice, "Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Didn't he need to train? How much time is left for the examination?" His words were filled with anger. All of the disciples trembled slightly. One of the disciples said, "Elder, there's a service disciple who is secretly learning a cultivation technique and ambushing a disciple of our practicing courtyard." Stealthily learning cultivation techniques? The elder frowned and snorted. He did not bother examining the elder and immediately ordered, "You have secretly learned cultivation techniques and crippled his hands according to the circumstances. You are expelled from God Living Mountain." Receiving the elder's order, those disciples became more imposing. Mu Yun's body slightly trembled. His life was probably over. The elder had already given the order. There was no way he could wash away the crime of stealing knowledge. At this time, Long Fei took a step forward. Mu Yun pulled him back, shook his head, and said, "Boss, don't go. Since you've acknowledged me as your boss, then I have a duty to protect you." Long Fei took a step forward and said solemnly, "Secretly learning cultivation techniques? Who here can prove it? The 8 bursts fist you guys are cultivating is just a pile of crap. Even if I had to learn it, I wouldn't be bothered to take a look." Long Fei was tyrannical to the extreme. As soon as he finished, the entire practicing courtyard seemed to have exploded. The 8 bursts fist is a piece of dog shit? The 8 bursts fist is a piece of dog shit? Even if I were to learn it for him, wouldn't I be too lazy to even glance at it? This wasn't arrogance, this was arrogance without boundaries. Insolent to the point of being a complete mess. Everyone looked at Long Fei, and in an instant it was incomparably quiet. Who would dare to say such words? And what is this in front of the clan elders of the practicing courtyard? This was a provocation, this was ignoring the existence of the practicing courtyard. All of a sudden, all of the disciples of the practicing courtyard were burning with rage, as they stared at Long Fei with wide eyes. As long as an elder gave the order, they would attack him together. These disciples were furious, even the elder Mu Wufeng was instantly enraged as he violently released the aura from his body and said with a heavy voice, "What a arrogant tone!" A powerful pressure directly attacked Long Fei's mind. What cultivation did Mu Wufeng have? Mystic Moon Realm. His cultivation could suppress Long Fei by 10 streets, and the divine moon might that he released was extremely ferocious. He was determined to make Long Fei kneel on the ground, and let Long Fei know what strength was. However, just as Mu Wufeng had expected, Long Fei was stomped on the ground. But in reality, Long Fei did not move. The immense pressure was like a clay ox entering the ocean. There was no echo at all, it was as if there was no pressure at all. Long Fei was like a boulder, standing firmly and unmoving. Mu Wufeng's eyes turned sinister. He stared straight at Long Fei, and the spirit qi on his body surged. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The disciples near him were directly blown away by this force, and this force issued a series of vicious beast roars in the air. Imperceptibly, the shadow of a demon beast came crashing down. The imposing aura was like a beast, as it opened its mouth and swallowed Long Fei whole. However, just like before, the strong pressure immediately struck Long Fei's body and disappeared without a trace. Mu Wufeng's pupils constricted. He could not understand it at all. A mere service disciple, who was only a god state, how could he resist the pressure of the divine moon realm? Even if he had a defensive treasure on him, he wouldn't be able to block it. The realm was the absolute power. Mu Wufeng couldn't understand, but he was actually a little confused. When the first wave of pressure arrived, Long Fei's mind tensed up. Before he even made his move to defend, his heart suddenly exploded with power. As powerful as the ocean, he directly absorbed Mu Wufeng's pressure. At this time, Long Fei suddenly remembered that his heart had been assembled before. His heart was no longer the heart it used to be, but a piece of black stone. Its function was to make Long Fei more resilient. Long Fei was very shocked. What made him even more shocked was that there was a second pressure approaching. This pressure was even stronger, but it was still the same, directly absorbed. It was like a grain of sand falling into the ocean, not even a splash. How strong was the black stone's heart? It was a little scary. Did not feel the slightest bit of pressure from the two auras. With a relaxed expression, he looked at the stupefied Mu Wufeng and said, "So the pressure can crush this daddy? Completed rolling over them? I can leave now?" The attack that Long Fei hated the most in his life was crushing pressure. Mu Wufeng's anger surged and he shouted, "Impudent! A lowly service disciple dares to run wild in practicing courtyard? Do you think that's possible?" Mu Wufeng did not release any more pressure, but walked towards Long Fei. Long Fei was also suppressing his anger in his heart and said, "We already fought and even scolded. Even elder, you released your pressure to crush us, is that not enough? Are you still going to bite?" Long Fei finished. The crowd of disciples angrily asked, "Brat, what are you talking about? Who are you calling a dog? This kid is secretly learning a skill, he should chop off both hands according to the method. You actually dare to contradict an elder? You're even more guilty. Today, the two of you can forget about leaving this place alive. How could a mere service disciple allow you all to behave so atrociously here?" The disciples of the practicing courtyard were all indignant. Being suppressed by a service disciple made them very unhappy. Mu Wufeng had already walked to the front of Long Fei and stared at him, stealthily learning techniques, offending an elder, dual offenses together. The two of you break your own hands and get the hell out of God Living Mountain. The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he coldly snorted. You refuse to admit it when giving me face? Mu Wufeng glared angrily. The power of the divine moon beneath his palm started to surge, and the surrounding strength stripes could be seen clearly. He was furious to the extreme. He could make his move against Long Fei at any time. At this moment, Mu Dafu hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, bowed and smiled along. Elder of Wu's Peak, please calm your anger, please calm your anger. Mu Yun and Long Fei gave a respectful bow to Mu Dafu as well, Master Manager. Mu Dafu gave Long Fei a pretty good feeling. Although he had a strict mouth, he was a good person. He wanted to protect Long Fei last night, and that made Long Fei feel touched. Therefore, he still had respect for Mu Dafu. Mu Dafu said harshly, You two scoundrels, why are you still hanging around here? Get the hell out of my way. Mu Dafu kicked Long Fei's butt. Long Fei rubbed the bridge of his nose, supporting Mu Yun as he prepared to leave. However, Mu Wufeng said solemnly, Stop. Mu Dafu said repeatedly, Elder Wu's Peak, these two brats have angered you. I will definitely teach them a lesson when I get back, and will definitely give them a heavy punishment. What do you think? Mu Wufeng coldly glanced at Mu Dafu and said sinisterly, Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Mu Dafu was not angry at all. There was not a single trace of anger on his face, and he smiled apologetically. Right, my status is low and I am not fit to speak to you, please spare them. They are all children. Since you know your status is low, then scram to the side, understand? Mu Wufeng did not give Mu Dafu the slightest bit of face, and stared at Long Fei. These two brats, one secretly learned a cultivation technique, and the other talked back to an elder. None of them will be able to leave today. Mu Dafu secretly furrowed his brows and said, Elder Wu's Peak, you said that it is absolutely impossible for them to have secretly learned cultivation techniques. They have only been in the Eastern three great academies for a few days, and with their innate talent, even if they were given 3 years' time, they would still not be able to cultivate. Yes, there must be a misunderstanding. Mu Yun also immediately said, Master Manager, we did not secretly learn their techniques. Mu Wufeng stared at him. You still dare to say? I saw the 8 bursts fist that you just made with my own eyes. 8 loud explosions, could it be that I'm deaf? You dare say that this is not the 8 bursts fist? You are just a service disciple, and do not have the qualifications to practice the 8 bursts fist. If you did not learn it secretly, how did you get it? Mu Yun was speechless. Long Fei said lightly, Since you said it's a secret study, then why is your disciple lying on the ground? Is my brother still well? How many martial arts techniques are similar in this world? If you say you want to learn secretly, you should learn secretly? I also said that the 8 bursts fist you cultivate in is something you learned from me. You still dare to quibble? You still dare to quibble? See if I smash your mouth or not. Mu Wufeng took a step forward, and was about to make his move. Seeing that, Mu Dafu could only go forward and block in front of Long Fei, and said, Wu's Peak Elder, you must be mistaken. It must be a misunderstanding. Please clear this up, Wu's Peak Clan Elder. He had to protect Long Fei. This was his mission. Even if he died, he had to preserve Long Fei's life. Mu Wufeng was at the first stage of the Divine Moon Realm, so if he made a move, Long Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. Mu Wufeng was furious. He stared at Mu Dafu and bellowed, Try stopping me again. Do you believe I won't take your life? While they were talking, Mu Wufeng kicked Mu Dafu. Mu Dafu did not dodge. After being heavily kicked, he was forced to kneel on the ground as well. he did not get up and said, Elder Wu's peak, even if the two of them are at fault, they are still subject to the law enforcement hall's law enforcement. When Long Fei saw Mu Dafu being kicked to his knees on the ground, he was even more unsatisfied. He rushed forward and said with a heavy voice, Since you say that our cultivation techniques were secretly learnt by you, then fine. Let's compete. Let's see who was the one who secretly picked up who. As soon as he finished, Mu Dafu's eyes tensed up and anxiously said, Clan Elder Wu's peak, this child is not sensible, please do not take him seriously. Mu Wufeng laughed coldly, stared at Long Fei and said, Kid, you said it yourself. Since it's a competition, then add another prerequisite. Life and death will be decided by the heavens. Mu Yun's expression changed as he immediately pulled Long Fei back. He shook his head and said, Boss, don't compete. Mu Dafu was also slightly nervous as he said, Bastard, this is the practicing courtyard. Where you are acting so wildly, quickly apologize to me. What did life and death by the heavens mean? This meant that people would die in the competition. Moreover, Long Fei was only at the middle stage of the God of Heaven realm, while the cultivation of the practicing courtyard's disciples were all above his. Long Fei died. However, Mu Wufeng didn't give Long Fei a chance to go back on his words. With a cold voice, he said, Kid, either we'll compete according to your suggestion, or else. Today, the two of you should keep your hands from me. Long Fei said, Let's compete, whoever we compete will get a grandson. All right. Enter the arena. Mu Wufeng let out a deep sigh as he glanced at Long Fei, thinking in his heart, You dog, a mere heavenly god middle stage actually dares to behave atrociously in front of me, I'll take your dog life later. Many disciples of the practicing courtyard were also excited. Brat, you're dead for sure. Causing trouble on our turf? If I can get you out of here alive today, my name will be written in reverse. Servant disciples dare to be so arrogant? You're courting death. The disciples of practicing courtyard began to walk towards the stage. Mu Yun's face darkened and said, Boss, their cultivation is higher than us by a few levels, how can we compare? Moreover, they might not compete with you in 8 bursts fist. Mu Dafu gently exhaled a breath of air as he looked at Long Fei. It was already impossible for him to save Long Fei now, so he patted on Long Fei's shoulder and said, Protecting your own life on the stage, remembering your own life is everything. He also thought that Long Fei wouldn't win. After all, with Long Fei's cultivation level here, with such a huge gap, how would he win? If it was yesterday, Long Fei really might not have been able to win. However, with the power of inscription in his hands, Long Fei's strength could increase by several times. Without mentioning anything much, there should not be any opponents under the Divine Moon realm. In the entire practicing courtyard, other than Mu Wufeng, all the other disciples were God's state. Long Fei said lightly, Don't worry, I will be able to protect myself. Kid, get the hell up here. On the arena, a disciple of the 7th level of the Divine Realm was clamoring. Mu Dafu's gaze darkened as he said, 7th level of the God of Heaven Realm. Brat you. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei had already walked out. Mu Wufeng said in a bland voice, Mu Hai, show him what a 8 bursts fist is. As he spoke, he slightly raised his gaze. On the stage, Mu Hai understood tacitly and said while looking at Long Fei with a cold smile, Brat, quickly come up and test my 8 bursts fist. Long Fei walked up the stage. In that instant, all of the practicing courtyard-ass were shouting, Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. The voice was too loud, attracting quite a few onlookers to watch. Amongst them, Mu Yuanan was one of them. He looked at Long Fei who was on the stage, his eyes changed slightly. It's him? He was shocked. Everyone come quickly, the service disciple is challenging the practicing courtyard's disciples. Everyone, come and take a look. Servant disciples challenge practicing courtyard's green card disciple? Which service disciple would be so crazy? Did his brain get flooded, or was he kicked by a donkey? Is this service disciple afraid of death? He should be tired of living. This was the first time that a white card service disciple had challenged a green card disciple in the Eastern District. After this rumor had spread, half of the people in the Eastern District knew about it. He rushed towards practicing courtyard like a tide. Many people even started gambling. In the arena, Mu Hai revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Brat, do you want me to explain to you what a 8 bursts fist is first?" Long Fei laughed. "What you have is the 8 bursts fist, and what I have is the 9 explosion fist. I can explain to you what the 9 explosion fist is." Mu Hai's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "You're courting death." Before he could finish, his body shot out like a tensed bow and arrow. His speed could be said to be as fast as a 7th-grade Empyrean god. He rushed in front of Long Fei within the span of half a breath, moved his right fist and roared, "8 bursts fist." The punch's astral energy rumbled. This punch was clearly much stronger than Mu Shan's strength. Even Mu Yao, who was in the crowd, was starting to seriously look over. However, the corner of Long Fei's mouth raised slightly. He stepped forward and suddenly took 3 steps back. Buzz! When his fist missed, Mu Hai sneered, "Run? Can you escape?" After his punch missed, he turned around and attacked again. However, Long Fei's body sank the moment he landed, and directly rushed up to the front with a cold smile on his face. 9 explosion fist. With a cold smile on his face, Mu Hai said, "Die, 8 bursts fist." The 2 fists collided. The power behind the blow exploded. Long Fei took half a step back. Mu Hai directly flew out of the arena and landed 10 meters away. Bam! He fell down like a dog eating shit, his anger soaring to the skies. He slapped the ground and was about to rush up the arena again. However, Long Fei pointed a finger at him, gently shaking it, and said, "You are too weak." As soon as he finished, explode. Bang, 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 bang. Mu Hai's body produced 8 explosions in succession, and each explosion sent out a stream of blood. The 8 explosions on the spot made a blood man. Long Fei stared at Mu Wufeng and laughed. "Do you know what the 9 explosion fist is? The first would be to eat sh*t, while the other 8 would be more or less the same. Did you see it clearly? Do you want me to teach you?" Being humiliated like this, Mu Wufeng was so angry that smoke was coming out from his head. Even though Mu Hai wasn't his strongest disciple, he was still considered to be one of the disciples that he was very proud of, especially when he cultivated the 8 bursts fist to the point of exploding 8 times. Even though Mu Hai wasn't his strongest disciple, he was still considered to be one of the disciples that he was very proud of, especially when he cultivated the 8 bursts fist to the point of exploding 8 times. It could be said that he was an outstanding figure other than Mu Yao. A punch was thrown out of the arena. 8 explosive sounds rang out from his body, but it was forcefully described as another fist technique. This made Mu Wufeng very embarrassed. The anger in his heart flared up. He stared at Long Fei with sunken eyes, and his teeth chattered loudly. Despite being angry, his heart was still cold. This guy's fist techniques are indeed different from the 8 bursts fist, but they are more or less the same. The basis of his fist techniques are also the same. Why is there such a big difference in power? Why is that? He was puzzled. However, now was not the time to think about such things. His own disciple had been knocked out by a service disciple. Where would he put his face? Mu Wufeng immediately replied, "Who's going?" His eyes could not help but look at Mu Yun. Mu Yun was the best disciple who cultivated in the 8 bursts fist. Moreover, her cultivation was at the 9th stage of the God of Heaven, and there was a high chance that she could enter South Area this year. If she appeared, she would definitely win. It was just that. Mu Yao's eyes were fixated on Long Fei, who was standing on the stage, and she was equally puzzled in her heart. Could it be that he has long cultivated the 8 bursts fist? I have perfectly displayed the power just now. Each punch is stronger than the last. Especially during the 8th echo, it really did come from the sea of consciousness. You must know something different. What is it? Mu Yao really wanted to know. Mu Dafu was just as shocked as her. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He was very clear that Long Fei had just arrived in the Mu clan, and the 8 bursts fist was something that the patriarch of the Mu clan had invented, so no one outside would know about it. To master the 8 bursts fist in one day? A completely different 8 bursts fist. The fist technique created by the master had been perfected, becoming the real 8 bursts fist. This kid. Who is it? Old patriarch, you're not going to tell me his background? Is he really the illegitimate child of the eldest young master? Is this a low-level talent? Old patriarch, you're messing with me. Mu Dafu was very shocked in his heart. Long Fei had really shocked him too much. He thought it was just to protect an illegitimate child. Unexpectedly, this brat was completely different. Mu Yun stood at the side with a face full of excitement and shouted, "Boss is mighty, boss is domineering, ha ha ha. Practicing courtyards people will call again. What's your 8 bursts fist? My big brother's 9 explosion fist is the most awesome. Ha ha ha." Mu Yun vented out fiercely. All the disciples of the practicing courtyard had ugly expressions. All of them wished that they could tear Long Fei apart. As Mu Wufeng's words fell, quite a few 8th stage god-level disciples walked up and said, "Master, I'll take care of him." How could a mere service disciple make him ascend to the heavens? "Master, let me go, I'll definitely kill him." They were all united in their hatred and anger. If they were crushed by a mere service disciple, then how would they continue to be a disciple of the practicing courtyard? He had lost a lot of face. Mu Wufeng looked at Long Fei, who was on the stage, and knew that Long Fei was not simple. Let's not talk about the realm. Practicing the so-called 9 explosion fist was not simple. It must be a powerful cultivation technique. Even several realms higher would be unable to withstand the explosive power of this cultivation technique. He definitely could not lose the second battle after losing one. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Thus, Mu Wufeng walked in front of Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, you go up for this match." As his voice fell, the disciples who were cultivating far away began to boil with excitement. Who is Mu Yao? The goddess of the Eastern District was also the strongest person in their practicing courtyard. Especially the 8 bursts fist. The elder had once said that he had never seen anyone who was able to cultivate the 8 bursts fist to the kind of realm that Mu Yao was in. Moreover, her talent was very high. To be able to reach the 9th level of the God of Heaven at the age of 18, his future journey would definitely be limitless. If she appeared, she would surely win. Senior sister, kill him. Senior sister, show him the truth. Let him know the power of our practicing courtyard. Kid, just wait for your death. Many of the surrounding disciples were excitedly discussing. Mu Wufeng waited for Mu Yao's reply. Mu Yao's eyes tensed up. He was silent for a moment, and then said indifferently, "Elder, if it's a competition of 8 bursts fist, I'm not his match." She had yet to cultivate to the 8th explosive power. Moreover, the reason why she was able to cultivate to the 7th burst of power was also because of Long Fei's guidance. If not for Long Fei, the 8 bursts fist that she was currently training in would only be an empty shell. Long Fei could release the full power of the 8 bursts fist, but she could not. If it was purely based on the power of the 8 bursts fist, her victory wasn't too big. Mu Wufeng's face darkened. He was extremely displeased, and said, "He is only at the 5th stage of the God of Heaven level. Your cultivation can completely crush him. Your cultivation is stronger than him, Even if your 8 bursts fist is not strong enough, it is enough to defeat him. Mu Yao said, if we use the power of our realms, wouldn't that be a violation of the bet? She was only thinking about the competition of the 8 bursts fist. If she did not use 8 bursts fist, or with her cultivation realm, she had the absolute confidence to defeat Long Fei. After all, Long Fei was just a lowly servant. Mu Wufeng said, right now it is no longer a wager, but a matter of face for the practicing courtyard. If I allow you to come up, it will help you recover your dignity for the practicing courtyard, and it will be beneficial for your test in the near future. Can you fight for practicing courtyard? Mu Wufeng looked at Mu Yao. At this time, Long Fei, who was on the stage, could roughly tell that Mu Wufeng wanted Mu Yao to go up and fight. With a smirk, he said, what practicing courtyard, there's not a single one that can fight? These words infuriated the entire practicing courtyard. Too arrogant. Damn, this kid doesn't even put practicing courtyard in his eyes at all. Ha ha. Is this the first time practicing courtyard has been humiliated like this? Very arrogant. Ha ha ha. Many of the disciples outside started laughing, which made the hearts of the practicing courtyard disciples even more uncomfortable. Mu Wufeng said solemnly, did you hear that? He has already straddled practicing courtyard's neck to the point of pooping. Are you still not going to fight? If we do not fight, then the status of our practicing courtyard disciples will not be as high as that of service disciples. Mu Yao clenched both his fists tightly and said, all right, I'll fight. As soon as he finished, Mu Yao leaped into the air. Whoosh! With one step on the stage, he stared coldly at Long Fei. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted slightly as he laughed. Eastern District's goddess, hee. His looks are just average. Mu Yao frowned. Long Fei said, don't be angry, although I don't like you, my brother likes you. As my brother's woman, I will teach you the 9 explosion fist. Mu Yun liked Mu Yao, so he was very clear about this in his heart. Mu Yun liked Mu Yao, so he was very clear about this in his heart. The reason why Mu Yun unleashed 8 bursts fist was so that no one would pay attention to him. Even. He wanted Mu Yao to say something for him. At that time, as long as Mu Yao had said something, Mu Yun would be fine, and so much would not have happened. But Mu Yao did not do anything. It could be seen that in her eyes, Mu Yun was only a low-level service disciple. She should be looking down on Mu Yun. Just like how she looked at Long Fei with eyes full of contempt yesterday afternoon, she similarly looked down on him. How could there be a lowly service disciple in the eyes of such a sacred and aloof swan? Thus, Long Fei wanted to play with her. Sure enough, Mu Yao's face sank and looked somewhat ugly. He stared coldly at Long Fei and said, you think a service disciple like you can do whatever you want just because you know a little about cultivation techniques? Who do you think you are? You should be more clear-headed and know your own identity. Since she was young, no one had dared to say that to her. Long Fei's words were a great humiliation to her. A service disciple liking her? She felt a little sick. Be his woman? She wouldn't even consider dying. There wasn't a man in the East End she liked. Long Fei smiled faintly. I naturally know my own identity, and you don't have to pretend to be so noble. If my brother likes you, that would be when your ancestors burned incense, and you only have one chance. I will tell you very seriously right now, and I hope you will seriously consider it. Long Fei was not joking. He spoke very seriously to Mu Yao. However, in Mu Yao's opinion, this was simply humiliating him. Everyone in the entire practicing courtyard began to laugh. Is this person crazy? Who's his brother? Is he some genius? Yes, it's that wounded service disciple. It's that service disciple called Mu Yun. The woman that asked my goddess to be her janitor disciple. Puh. I don't agree. Of course, a service disciple's brother is a service disciple. Who else could he be? I think he's a little crazy. A service disciple isn't even qualified to carry my goddess shoes. Many people were unhappy. After all, Long Fei had desecrated their goddess. Mu Yun's expression was also very awkward and uncomfortable. He looked at Long Fei as he continuously shook his head, just wanting to make him stop. He had never imagined Mu Yao to be his woman. He only thought that it was enough for Mu Yao to look at him seriously. Long Fei's words made him feel embarrassed, but he knew in his heart that Long Fei wanted him to see Mu Yao clearly. This kind of woman was not worth him loving. It was just that the method was too direct. Long Fei said, "Think carefully, this is the only chance you have in your life. Being my brother's woman, you can have whatever you want." Mu Yao said coldly, "There is no need to think about it, I will answer you right now, it's impossible. Servant disciple, inferior talent. Do you think that this kind of person is compatible with me?" Mu Yao's anger was suppressed. She had initially wanted to truly spar with Long Fei on 8 Burst's fist, but now, she only thought of one thing, and that was to tear Long Fei's mouth apart. Long Fei asked again, "Have you really considered this carefully?" Mu Yao became angry from the embarrassment. His eyes tensed up as he stepped forward. A step of supreme force appeared under his feet. As soon as his aura surged, he suddenly moved. His speed was extremely fast, and his movement technique was extremely mysterious. He had to say it. Mu Yao had a few tricks up his sleeves, but it was not like Mu Hai or Mu Shan who were useless. The goddess has made her move. Ha ha! That kid is about to kneel on the ground. Kill him. Mu Yao was very famous in the eastern region, and many elders thought that she would be able to enter the south area this year to become a blue medal disciple. When she made her move, Mu Wufeng revealed a pleased smile. We won. He thought that Mu Yao would completely use the power of the 8 Burst's fist, but he didn't. This way, Mu Yao was definitely going to win. After all, his cultivation was there. It was impossible for a 5th-level deity to win against a 9th-level deity. Mu Yun shouted, "Boss, be careful." In his heart, Mu Yun was no longer the most important thing, the boss was everything. Mu Dafu's eyes also tensed up, power surging under his feet. He protected Long Fei well at any time, and could not let him die. This was his mission. Whether Long Fei was injured or half dead, he could ignore them all, but he definitely could not let Long Fei die. He also knew Mu Yao's strength. Just now, when she exploded her power, she was already at the peak of the 9th stage. With such cultivation, she could be said to be an invincible existence under the divine moon realm. He was worried. In the arena, a strong gust of wind blew against his face. Mu Yao's figure constantly flickered, it was simply impossible to catch him. Long Fei's eyes continued to move. However, useless. Could not lock onto Mu Yao. In the end, he simply looked straight ahead. No matter what Mu Yao's gaudy footsteps were, he stood at his original position and waited for Mu Yao to come over. Attack would always be the same. Someone with Mu Yao's cultivation must be close to him in order to fully unleash his power. Thus, Long Fei only had to wait, and furthermore, he could not see Mu Yao's footsteps clearly. Long Quang's cultivation was not at Long Fei's 5th stage of the God of Heaven. Boom! Boom! A rumbling sound could be heard as the space between Long Fei's eyebrows tightened slightly. At this moment, Long Quang immediately shouted, "We're here!" At the same time, Long Fei's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, 9 explosion fist. His right fist moved and blasted out. Time was just right. In this instant, Mu Yao's fist also just happened to appear. Boom! His strength exploded with a deafening boom. Long Fei kicked a few steps forward. The vital energy and blood under his chest started to boil, and his internal organs were all in turmoil. Similarly, Mu Yao was also forced to continuously retreat, and 8 exploding sounds came from her body. It was the same as the 8 bursts fist, only that every echo's power was increasing by leaps and bounds. Heart, liver, lungs, kidney, sea of consciousness. They were all surging. It was very hard. However, she resisted. Even if she managed to resist, her heart was still incomparably shocked. His 8 bursts fist is really too strong. Why is it that even though he is also a 8 bursts fist, I am unable to release his power? However, no matter what, I must win today's battle. I must tear his mouth apart. Mu Yao's eyes were locked onto Long Fei. She moved and quickly attacked. This time, her speed was even faster, and with a heavy sound she shouted, "Receive another 8 bursts fist." Long Fei's heart shivered. Crap! The skill is still on cooldown. The cultivation techniques he cultivated in all belonged to the system's skills, and every skill had a cooldown. He had just used the 8 bursts fist, so he had not finished cooling down yet. Just then, he had talked a lot to buy time and used a cooldown skill. But right now, Mu Yao was about to attack. He no longer had any 8 bursts fist to use. Using power of inscription. As the skills continued to cool down, the 8 bursts fist could no longer be used. As the skills continued to cool down, the 8 bursts fist could no longer be used. Even if he could use it, the strength of the 8 bursts fist was not enough to defeat Mu Yao. The 9th stage of the God of Heaven realm, Mu Yao, was quite strong. The difference in realm between her and Long Fei was huge. If she wanted to surpass 4th stage, defeating him would be very difficult. However, the 8 bursts fist was cooling, but the God's Chop did not. God's Chop's cooldown was different from normal skills. Its cooldown could be considered as a new day after midnight. Day after day. Using God's Chop? Long Fei did not want to, because her surname was Mu, and she was a disciple of her grandfather's family. Although Long Fei didn't like women like her, he wouldn't kill her. Thus, Long Fei could only use the power of inscription. Bang bang bang. Mu Yao was extremely fast. The impact of the supreme force was extremely strong. Long Quang also reminded, "Master, 3 points on the left side. Her attack is about to fall." Long Fei's eyes darkened. The idea moved secretly. Then let's start the power of inscription. Buzz! A black imprint appeared under Long Fei's feet. It was a special symbol like a large comma. However, the comma tail was constantly twisting. This imprint entered Long Fei's body from the ground. In an instant, Long Fei's eyes also flashed a hint of light as an inscription mark similarly appeared. Both of his arms were densely covered with symbols under his sleeves. His fists moved. Long Fei shouted, 9 explosion fist. This was just a random shout. No one knew. He punched out. The 2 fists collided once again. When their powers clashed, at first, Mu Yao could feel how powerful Long Fei's power was, but he could still cope with it. At least he wouldn't be injured. But this time, the moment her fist touched Long Fei's fist, it was as if she wasn't fighting a human but a monster. A monster the size of a mountain. That power could only be described with one word: terrifying. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Long Fei retracted his fist and stood in place without moving. Mu Yao's entire person was directly flung out, heavily smashing onto the ground of the stage, blood trickling out from the corner of his mouth, his face extremely pale. The entire hall was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the goddess of the East District was no match for him? The strongest amongst them, Mu Yao, was actually defeated, and was thrown out of the arena with a single punch. Moreover, his opponent was only a service disciple. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Even if they had seen it with their own eyes, a lot of people were rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. However, Long Fei was the only one on the stage. Below the stage, Mu Yao stood up with much difficulty. His eyes stared straight at Long Fei, and said solemnly, "This is not the power of the 8 bursts fist at all." Long Fei smirked. I'm not using the 8 bursts fist. How can it be the power of the 8 bursts fist? I used the 9 explosion fist. Mu Yao's eyes darkened. Long Fei laughed. I could have taught you, what a pity, I told you before that there was only one chance, you did not know how to cherish it. Hearing Long Fei's words, Mu Yao's face became even uglier. Mu Yao stared at Long Fei for a moment, then turned and left. She had lost. If she stayed any longer, she would only be ridiculed by Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun was looking at Mu Yao. He wanted to go up and console him, but he knew that Mu Yao had never once looked at him. In Mu Yao's eyes, he was nothing, at most, just a passerby. Thinking of this, Mu Yun no longer looked at Mu Yao. Instead, he looked at Long Fei and said, "Boss is mighty." A goddess was something that could only be imagined. The boss was the real thing. Long Fei smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Brother, I hope you don't blame me." Then, Long Fei looked at Mu Wufeng and said, "Elder, my brother cultivates the 9 explosion fist, which is absolutely not the 8 bursts fist of your practicing courtyard. Do you want me to continue?" If they had lost to Mu Yao, who among the disciples of the practicing courtyard could be his opponent? Mu Wufeng's teeth itched with hatred. He could not wait to cripple Long Fei with a single palm strike. However, there were quite a few elders in the East region now. It would be too dishonorable if he entered the arena. However, Mu Wufeng did not plan on letting Long Fei go, and said in a deep voice, "Even if your fist arts were not learned secretly, you went against an elder, what do you say?" Long Fei laughed. "If it wasn't for you and your disciple telling me that we were secretly learning cultivation techniques, would I have contradicted you?" "Argument," Mu Wufeng replied. "In your eyes there are simply no practicing courtyards and elders." Yes, it is my discipline that is not strict enough." Mu Dafu hurriedly walked forward and kicked Long Fei on his butt, saying, "Elder Wu's peak, don't worry, I will definitely punish him severely. He hasn't had a single normal month this year. I will also discipline him more strictly in the future. Please." Mu Dafu bowed and paid his respects, showing sufficient respect to Mu Wufeng. At this time, Mu Yuanan faintly said, "There is no monthly rule for a year, so this punishment is not considered light at all. Elder Wu's peak, I think this matter should end here." He was pleading for Long Fei, because he felt that Long Fei was not simple, even. He had a feeling that the air in the practicing courtyard yesterday was poisonous because Long Fei had reminded Dan Yuan's disciples that they should be able to escape this calamity. As for the god's illusion flower, it was naturally Long Fei who took it. Mu Wufeng squinted his eyes. Even Mu Yuanan had pleaded for mercy on his behalf. Even if he did not stop, he had to. Offending Mu Yuanan was not a wise move. And then, Mu Wufeng shouted, "Kid, remember your identity, what you should do and what you shouldn't do in the future, understand? I'll forgive you today, but you won't be forgiven the next time you commit a crime." Long Fei had a face full of disdain, but Mu Dafu glared fiercely at him. He had no choice. Long Fei then said, "Thank you for your teachings, elder, this disciple will remember it." Mu Wufeng glanced at Long Fei and thought to himself, "Brat, next time don't fall into my hands, if not I will make you beg for death." At the same time, Long Fei was also thinking, "You want to teach this daddy a lesson? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for the large number of people here, I would have knocked you down with one move." Mu Dafu forced a smile, grabbed Long Fei's hand and said loudly, "The two of you, come with me." Long Fei and Mu Yun lowered their heads and followed behind Mu Dafu. The road was crowded, but the three of them automatically made way for him. In the past, this would have been impossible. Just because Long Fei had beaten Mu Yao, Long Fei had won respect. This was the world of the powerhouse. Just as they were about to leave the practicing courtyard, Mu Yuanan called out, "Wait!" Mu Dafu immediately stopped and turned around as he said with an apologetic smile, "Elder Yuanan, what may I do for you?" Mu Yuanan replied, I don't have any instructions. I just wanted to remind you that there's no one cleaning the academy today. Remember to send someone to clean it. While talking, Mu Yuanan glanced at Long Fei. Her meaning was obvious. She wanted Long Fei to clean up the Pill Academy. Returning to his residence. Mu Dafu did not pursue the matter of Long Fei secretly learning cultivation technique. He was not stupid. Looking at Long Fei's cultivation technique, he could immediately tell that it was 8 bursts fist. It was just that Long Fei's power utilization was more perfect, and he had used the power of 8 bursts fist to its maximum. What 9 explosion fists, it was all bullshit. He did not want to pursue this matter any further. Seeing Mu Yun bring the courtyard gate closed, he immediately looked at Long Fei and asked, Mu Fei, let me ask you this. Mu Wufeng, a military man with no brains. But Mu Yuanan is different. He's the highest level alchemy elder in the eastern region, and the consequences of provoking him would be bad. You better tell me the truth. Long Fei said as his brows tightened, I took a spirit grass. Now that Mu Yuanan asked about this step, and looking at Mu Yuanan's eyes, Long Fei knew that he would not be able to hide it anymore. As expected, Mu Dafu frowned. He did not scold him, but walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. Is it the god's illusion flower? Long Fei replied, Yes, I'll clean the pill room. That god's illusion flower is continuously releasing poisonous gas. If I don't take it away, someone in the academy will definitely have trouble. Mu Dafu asked, Yesterday when Mu Yuanan blew up the furnace, was it you who reminded them about the poison in the air? Long Fei said, Amen, after all, they are innocent. Any death or injury will cause losses for the Mu clan. This was his grandfather's clan. This was also the reason why he didn't use his killing intent. If they were placed in another place, a few people on the stage would probably die. After all, these people were all experience to him. Making him give up experience was such a painful separation. Mu Dafu looked at Long Fei. He did not expect Long Fei to say this. He didn't know if what he said was true or false, but when Long Fei thought about the Mu clan, he was indeed a little touched. Mu Dafu said, How did you know that the god's illusion flower could release poison gas, and how did you suppress its poison gas? Long Fei said, I just happened to see it in a book on medicines. As for the poison aura that is suppressing it, it is also a coincidence. This cannot be said. He would never tell anyone about the system, not even his own father. Mu Dafu looked at Long Fei in shock and said, You know about spirit grass? Understand alchemy? Long Fei replied, About that, I only know a little bit of it, nothing more. Mu Dafu looked at Long Fei with an even more astonished expression. Mu Yun also looked at Long Fei with a face full of shock and said, Boss, you know this? A little knowledge? If it was theory, there were probably not many alchemy masters in the entire divine space more powerful than him. It was just that he did not have the ancient alchemy technique now, so it was actually difficult to manipulate. Long Fei was currently unable to use his alchemy. He didn't even have an alchemy technique now, so he didn't know how to use it at all. However, in theory, he could be said to be an invincible existence. About how much? Mu Dafu asked again. Long Fei's 2 fingers moved, pointing out a distance. The distance between them was approximately 1 centimeter long, laughed lightly, and said, It's only this small. Mu Dafu was stunned, and after pondering for a moment, he said, It's extremely rare to know even a little about alchemy. How about this? How about I recommend you to the Pill Academy? Once you enter the Pill Academy, you will no longer need to go to the practicing courtyard to clean up. You will only be able to avoid them. He still wanted to protect Long Fei. After all, Long Fei's cultivation was too low. The 5th stage of the Empyrean God level was simply too low. Mu Yun also said excitedly, Wow, head supervisor, you still have that kind of ability? The boss hurriedly nodded his head. He must have been really lucky to enter the Pill Academy. The Pill Academy was a place where wealth flowed freely. The number of spirit dawn that the disciples of the Pill Institution received was far greater than that of ordinary disciples. And what did he have to say to that? The water tower gets the moon first. Long Fei replied, there's no meaning, right? Entering the Pill Academy is just helping out every day. Mu Dafu replied, of course. You can only clean the courtyard after entering the Pill Academy. Do you think I have the ability to make you a disciple of the Academy? But, since you entered the Pill Academy, if you really have the talent in alchemy, it is not impossible for you to work hard to become a disciple of the Academy. As long as you become a disciple of the Pill Academy, you can enter and leave the Eastern District as you please. There was a special treatment for the disciples of the Pill Academy, which meant they could freely enter and leave the East region, because they were ready to go and collect spirit grass at any time. Hearing Mu Dafu's words, Long Fei had a flash of inspiration and muttered in his heart, free to enter and leave the East region? And then, Long Fei said, I'll go. Mu Dafu revealed a smile. Looking at his smile, Long Fei thought in his heart, damn, he wouldn't know that I went out last night, right? Mu Dafu said, follow me. Half an hour later, Mu Dafu brought Long Fei and appeared in Mu Yuanen's room. Mu Yuanen did not pursue the matter with the god's illusion flower any further, but looked at Long Fei and asked, was the person who was reminded yesterday really you? At this point, Long Fei had nothing to hide and said, it's me, I'm worried that they might be poisoned. Very good. You did the right thing. It was my negligence. You helped me greatly. Mu Yuanen said. Long Fei replied, God's illusion flower, Mu Yuanen said, you should get rid of this kind of poisonous spirit grass. The reason you lied to me yesterday was because you were afraid that I would punish you. I'm fine. Now let me ask you, do you want to enter the Pill Academy? Long Fei said, I want to. He had come here just to be free. Mu Yuanen said, very good, let me see how good your alchemy is. Hold out your hand. Long Fei did as he was told. Both of Mu Yuanen's hands moved, and a strand of power fell onto Long Fei's palm. After stopping for a dozen or so seconds, a shallow fire imprint appeared on Long Fei's palm. His eyes revealed a hint of joy. The attribute is fire. With mediocre talent, I barely qualify to become an alchemy master. Huh! This time, Long Fei was startled. Looking at the mark on his hand, Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. After his dragon power disappeared, it could be said that whether it was his inherent skill or his blood vein they were all gone. In the past, it was impossible to detect his talent, but he was an extremely strong one. Now his innate alchemy had actually been detected. How could he not be shocked? Could it be? Long Fei thought about the black stone from last night. Was it formed by combining the heart? Does it change in a day? Damn! This is too awesome. Mu Dafu was also overjoyed and said, Brat, why aren't you thanking the elders yet? Long Fei hugged both of his hands and said with force, Thank you very much, elder. Mu Yuanen laughed and said, Don't thank me so quickly. If your talent isn't good enough, I can't do anything about it. It's just that your talent barely reaches the level of alchemy. From today onwards, you can start your studies in the Spirit Grass Room. The first step for any alchemy master is not to learn alchemy, but to recognize the spirit grass, and to know the attributes of each spirit grass in order to better utilize it. Long Fei said, Disciple will remember. This was the most basic of all. Long Fei was currently thinking, if he could create such a talent in a single day, then what kind of level would his talent reach in a month? 100 days? What about a year? Could it be that my talent in the power of dragons will be trampled by me? The change in the blood vein was something that Long Fei had never expected. The change in the blood vein was something that Long Fei had never expected. The black stone was a technological product that allowed Long Fei's heart to mutate it. The heart was the center of blood flow and it could create super strong blood veins for Long Fei. At first, Long Fei did not believe it. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. His body originally had no attributes at all, but now it was here. Inherent skill with alchemy. This allowed him to join the Pill Academy. After entering the Pill Academy, he was no longer a service disciple. There was no need for him to clean the courtyard every day. During the day, he studied and recognized spirit grasses in the spirit grass room. Even though he didn't need it at all because within his realm, based on his understanding of blood veins' innate talent, any spirit grass that was brought to him would be able to completely display the attribute of a spirit grass. However, he still pretended to study every day. After all, he was only a new apprentice in the Pill Institution. During the day at the Pill Academy, Long Fei brought Mu Yun to climb over the wall and hunt demon beasts everywhere. At the same time, they passed down the key 8 bursts fist techniques to Mu Yun. It was just a limitation of talent, so Mu Yun's cultivation speed wasn't fast. Even with Long Fei's guidance, he still wasn't able to improve too quickly. At this rate, Mu Yun should not have been able to participate in the South Area assessment before it started. It was very difficult for service disciples to participate in the assessment. They had to complete an A-class mission in order to be able to participate. Huff. Hoo. Boss, I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. Mu Yun's clothes were torn into shreds, there were several bone-deep wounds on his body. His face was pale and he was panting heavily, his body could not even hold on any longer. Opposite him was a first-stage demon beast sword pig. Its 2 upturned fangs shone with a cold light, its eyes stared straight at Mu Yun, its front claws digging into the ground, preparing to launch the next wave of respect. Long Fei stood at the other side and said, "If you want to break through, you must break through the limits of your body. Talent doesn't represent everything. There is nothing fated in this world. God gave you a talent that limits your potential, and you accepted your fate just like that? If you accept your fate, then you are not worthy to be my, Mu Fei's brother." Long Fei encouraged Mu Yun from the side. Talent has its advantages. No matter what one learns, they have an advantage. However, the heavens do not prescribe that those with low talent cannot cultivate. If I can't break through, I can't become a peak powerhouse. Mu Yun was currently restricted by his inherent skill. She had always thought her inherent skill was inferior to him, so even if she fought with all her might, it would be useless. Right now, he felt that he had reached his limit and was no longer able to unleash his potential. In reality, it wasn't. The human potential is limitless. Mu Yun gasped for breath, looked at Long Fei and shook his head. I really can't do it anymore. Long Fei said, "Do you want to enter the South Area? Do you want Mu Yao to look straight at you? When we were in practicing courtyard, she didn't even look at you. The requests I gave her were like being humiliated." "Is that so?" Exploding. Long Fei roared loudly. Stimulated by Long Fei's angry shout, the sword pig suddenly rushed forward, its iron-like nose dragged on the ground, causing sand and stone to fly everywhere. He was like a mad bull that had gone berserk. Mu Yun also let out a furious roar. "Ah, come on." He straightened his body. The strength in his body surged. His fist moved. Without caring about his life, he struck out, 8 bursts fist. F. Bam! With a dull thud, a fist landed on the sword pig's forehead. In that instant, the sword pig's body exploded 8 times in a row, blood spurting out from its mouth. Seeing that the blood on its head was running low, Long Fei reacted quickly, and with a step, he sent it flying with a kick. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei 4 killing Sword Pig 4 obtaining 6,000 EXP, 600 Holy Source Points, 1 Striking Value Point. Long Fei turned around and looked at Mu Yun, smiled lightly and said, "Congratulations!" Mu Yun was startled, Clenching his hands into fists, a sliver of excitement flashed across his eyes as he spoke. "Boss, I've broken through. Ha ha ha! I actually broke through." He jumped up on the spot, as excited as a child. Breaking through to the next level was a very difficult thing for Mu Yun. He was eager to break through. Long Fei laughed and said, "Isn't this feeling of breaking through the limit very pleasurable?" Mu Yun nodded heavily and said, "Amen, boss, I understand what you have said. So what if your talent is limited?" "Heh heh," Long Fei said. "Since you understand, then why don't you go and kill the demon beast? Remember, every punch requires the power of the 8 bursts fist, and only then will you be able to better utilize it." The consumption of Holy Source was also very fast and its power was also very strong. To Mu Yun, this was a very good cultivation technique. Mu Yun took a step forward and quickly landed in front of the other sword pig and said, "I'll remember it." He was very excited. Looking at his excited expression, Long Fei opened the system and took a look at his own experience slot, muttering, "When can I level up? There are too few demon beasts here. If we continue to level up like this, it will be too slow." Long Fei needed 200,000 experience points to level up. For the current demon beast experience, 200,000 experience points were not a lot, but this forest area of the mountain valley was simply too close to the Mu clan. Every day they only saw first stage demon beasts. They did not have much intelligence and did not even see a second stage demon beast. "I need to find a way to enter a more dangerous place. But in God Living Mountain, I don't even know where the dangerous place is." Long Fei sighed in his heart. He was worried in his heart every day, anxious to level up, anxious to save Lu Luoshi. Looking at his own experience bar moving up and down, he felt like he was going crazy. There was really nothing that could be done. He had been carefully studying the map of God Living Mountain these few days, but he still did not know what to do. Bam! Mu Yun punched forward, causing the sword pig to let out a howl, and then turned to escape. Long Fei's eyes tensed up. "You want to escape? Your father, will not let you off with just a bit of experience points." He moved quickly to catch up, throwing out a punch, 8 bursts fist. Bam! The sword pig's body immediately exploded. Mu Yun was shocked. "Boss, why is your 8 bursts fist so powerful?" "Of course. Because I'm your boss, of course I'm fierce," Long Fei replied. "Actually, it was because of the 8 bursts fist. The 8 bursts fist in the skill bar was already at the 2nd level. It's about time. Let's continue tomorrow." Long Fei looked at the sky. The sky was about to brighten. Mu Yun did not linger, and followed Long Fei towards the eastern district of Mu clan, continuously waving his fists and changing his positions on the way. He wanted to learn 8 bursts fist like Long Fei. Now, he completely saw Long Fei in front of his idol, someone he worshipped. Early morning. Early morning. Long Fei arrived early to the Pill Academy. Every day, he was the first in the academy. He was the apprentice and had to assist in the cleanliness of the academy. After cleaning up the pill courtyard, the disciples started to arrive one after another. Seeing Long Fei, someone shot him a polite smile. Some people were mocking him. "Oh, the janitor disciple is indeed a janitor disciple. He was cleaned so cleanly that he is worthy of being called a janitor. I think he'll only be able to do menial chores for the rest of his life. He wants to become an official disciple of the Pill Academy? Dream on. You dare to hit my goddess? You're giving me a chance, otherwise I will definitely teach you a lesson." Long Fei was famous in the practicing courtyard. The entire East District could be said to have become famous in a single battle. It was not because of how powerful the cultivation technique he cultivated was, but because he had beaten Mu Yao, the Eastern goddess. If it wasn't for the fact that he was staying in the Pill Academy, people would come and challenge him every day. Especially those senior disciples of the practicing courtyard, they all wished that they could tear Long Fei into pieces. A goddess was a form of protection, not a form of bullying. Mu Fei, get your ass out here. You dare to bully junior sister Mu Yao, today I will make you suffer. Mu Fei, come out. Early in the morning, there was a wave of clamoring. Long Fei was too lazy to bother with him. With regards to a battle without any benefits, Long Fei was too lazy to bother. When he was in the Pill Academy, the disciples outside the academy had to obtain the approval of the elders before they could enter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter. This also allowed Long Fei to be a bit more tranquil. Servant Junior brother, I'm calling you out again. Did you not hear me? He's pretending not to hear it. He must be scared. Needless to say, what level of cultivation is he at? He's his opponent? That day when he defeated Mu Yao, senior sister, he must have used some despicable method. I definitely do not believe that a person at the 5th stage of the Divine Spirit Realm could defeat a 9th-level Divine God expert. I don't believe it either. Many disciples began to discuss with each other. Just then, Mu Yuanan walked into the courtyard and said solemnly, "Don't you need to do morning lessons? You have the leisure to chat here?" Seeing Mu Yuanan, she immediately lowered her head and walked to her position. Mu Yuanan walked to Long Fei's side and said, "Don't mind these things." Long Fei said, "I know, how can a lion turn back after barking like a dog?" Mu Yuanan was slightly stunned. Looking at Long Fei, he felt that Long Fei was different more and more, and he asked, "Have you gotten used to it in the spirit grass room?" "How many spirit grasses' attribute and characteristics do you remember?" Long Fei said, "I will remember all of your teachings." Mu Yuanan said in shock, "Oh? I heard from the spirit grass room elder that he had told you over 100 different spirit grasses' characteristics and attributes in the past 2 days. The attribute characteristics of every spirit grass were very complicated. Just like a piece of text, it was not difficult to memorize one type of text every day. However, one had to memorize dozens of different types of text every day. Hundreds of different types of text was extremely difficult. To ordinary disciples, 100 stalks of spirit grass would require at least a month of time. But to Long Fei, he did not need to remember because the system had everything. It was too simple. At this time, a disciple walked up and said, "You have only been here for 2 days and you have already memorized over 100 types of spirit grass." Mu Yuanan smiled faintly and said, "Mu Ling, you are the best spirit grass master in our academy. The reason why you are able to concoct so many different kinds of spirit grass is all because you have memorized the attributes of the spirit grass. How many kinds of spirit grass can you remember now?" Mu Ling. Even the elders of the spirit grass room would not be able to remember more spirit grass than him. Not only that, he could also find the most suitable matching attributes, allowing alchemy masters to refine pellets with a high success rate, as well as a high rate of extreme quality pellet. I heard. In this year's South Area's assessment, he would be promoted to the South Area's Pill Academy. Here, he was qualified to be arrogant. Mu Ling looked pleased with herself and said faintly, "Not much, not much." Adding on the 37 new spirit grass attributes we met yesterday, we have roughly 1,000 different species. 1,000. Mu Yuanan revealed an astonished expression and said with extreme satisfaction, "Amazing, truly amazing. Even I can't remember that much right now." Mu Ling revealed an incredibly pleased smile and said, "How can this disciple compare with an elder? There are some people who are bragging about remembering the attributes of over 100 spirit grass after just a few days in the Pill Academy. Elder, I feel that this sort of disciple is too hypocritical and inflated. Actually, he doesn't know anything and only likes to pretend that he knows something. I am looking down on this sort of person the most. It was very obvious that he was talking about Long Fei. Long Fei pretended not to hear it, and pretended not to hear anything. Mu Yao was also his goddess. Ever since Long Fei had entered the Pill Academy, he had always been against Long Fei. However, the target was still the target. This fellow truly had some skills. At least in terms of the knowledge of spirit grass, even elders were inferior to him. Mu Yuanan smiled, looked at Long Fei and said indifferently, "You can't say those words like that, who knows, maybe he really remembered them." Mu Ling immediately said, "Elder, I bet Mu Fei doesn't even remember 10 different spirit grass." At the beginning, no name had been mentioned. This time, he directly pointed at Long Fei's fake name. Moreover, she stared at Long Fei. How could he tolerate this? Of course not. When he could no longer endure it, and reach the bottom line, Long Fei would no longer endure it any further, so before Mu Yuanan could say anything, Long Fei had already sent an order. "What do you want to bet?" Mu Yuanan was startled. Mu Ling directly asked, "What do you think we should bet on?" Long Fei replied, "Otherwise, if that's the case, whoever loses will have to call themselves senior brother. From today onwards, whatever you want them to do, they will do it." Mu Ling's eyes blazed with excitement as she immediately said, "I'll do as you say. Brat, I want you to kneel on the ground and learn to bark like a dog. Tell me, what do you want to bet?" Long Fei said, "I came to the Pill Academy for 2 days. You have been here for 4 years, right? Let's have a fair fight. Let's bet on who knows more spirit grass, including all their attribute." Mu Ling was stunned. Mu Yuanan was also stunned. "This? You still want to bet?" Mu Ling knows over 1,000 different spirit grass. Long Fei had only been here for a few days. A fair bet? This is unfair. It was a situation in which Long Fei was definitely going to lose. Mu Yuanan slightly said, "Mu Fei, this is a little unfair to you." Long Fei said, "It is indeed a bit unfair. How about this? I will give him 10 ways." As soon as he finished, Mu Ling immediately flew into a rage. "Brat, you're too arrogant." "I'm sorry, arrogance is my nature," Long Fei said lightly. His eyes and expression were filled with contempt for Mu Ling. This arrogant. Even Mu Yuanan could not stand watching this any longer. Mu Yuanan looked at Long Fei and said, "Mu Fei, do you know what you just said?" Long Fei replied, "I know, give him 10 different ways. Just tell me if you dare to bet or not. If you don't dare, then don't waste my time by sweeping the floor." Long Fei took his broom and was about to leave. What was awesome? What was keeping a low profile? Long Fei was a low-key person, extremely luxurious. Mu Ling's nose was smoking as she viciously said, "Fine, let's bet. If I can't win against you today, I'll chop off all my hands." He was about to die from anger. However, Mu Ling was extremely courteous to him, even if he was an ordinary elder. How dare a mere disciple, who had just entered the Pill Academy, humiliate him like this? However, Mu Ling was extremely courteous to him, even if he was an ordinary elder. How dare a mere disciple, who had just entered the Pill Academy, humiliate him like this? He couldn't tolerate it at all. Mu Yuanan anxiously said, "It's just a spar, don't bet on it. If you agree, then let's start the competition. If you don't agree, then forget it." Mu Yuanan was thinking about harmony. Moreover, he was worried that Long Fei would lose. After all, he had only been here for 2 days and Mu Ling had already been here for a few years. Mu Ling said, "Elder, this is between him and me. If he wants to humiliate me, then I must defeat him. If I win, I only need him to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me." Long Fei replied, "Heh heh." He had a disdainful look on his face. Mu Ling was truly infuriated. She had never been humiliated like this in her entire life. Mu Yuanan said in a heavy voice, "Mu Fei, he is your senior brother." Long Fei said, "It's because he is from the Mu clan that I am polite to him. If his surname was not Mu, I'm afraid that he would not be here now." The other meaning behind his words was that if Mu Ling wasn't someone from the Mu clan, then he was already dead. Mu Ling was about to go berserk when she heard that. "Elder, there's nothing more to say. The duel is about to begin." He didn't want to say anything at the moment. He just wanted to hurry up and win over Long Fei and see if Long Fei's arrogant strength could still be maintained. Since the situation was already like this, Mu Yuanan was also slightly unable to control himself. And then, Mu Yuanan said, "I invite Elder Mu Yuan from the Spirit Grass Room." Mu Yuan was already at the side. Upon hearing Mu Yuanan's voice, he immediately came out and said, "Elder, I'm here." Mu Yuanan asked, "Do you have any spirit grass in the Spirit Grass Room?" Mu Yuan immediately said, "This morning we just found a batch of fresh spirit grass, but—" Mu Yuan couldn't help but look at Long Fei. In his heart, he was a little disdainful towards Long Fei as well. In the past 2 days, Long Fei had been teaching him the identification technique in the Spirit Grass Room, but he did not think much of it. He really hated students like this. If not for Mu Yuanan, he would have chased him out of the Spirit Grass Room. Mu Yuanan asked, "Just what?" Mu Yuan said, "But—" Initially, he wanted to say that this batch of fresh spirit grass that he had not recognized yet, so he would definitely lose if he took it out. However, Mu Yuan did not say anything as he replied, "It's just that I'm worried that it will affect the usage of my alchemy in the future." Mu Yuanan said, "That's fine, losing a few spirit grass is unavoidable. Let's compete with these fresh spirit grass. The two of you should prepare." Mu Yuan immediately nodded and said, "I will go and prepare. In addition, in order to prevent the two of you from speaking the same thing as each other, come and take care of 2 disciples. You two are responsible for repeating what they have said." Mu Yuanan continued, "This is for one person to repeat the words of another." 2 disciples walked up. They were alchemy disciples and did not know much about the characteristics of the spirit grass's attribute. Not long later, Mu Yuan then walked out with his spirit grass. Mu Yuanan casually took out a spirit grass with a flower and asked, "What is this spirit grass? What were his attributes? What kind of pill is suitable for forging?" "You can begin." He already knew everything about the spirit grass that Mu Yuanan had just picked up. With a look of contempt, he looked at Long Fei and said, "Mu Fei, you go first." Long Fei did not need to pass down orders to his disciples. He lifted his gaze and looked at the spirit grass in Mu Yuanan's hands. A series of crackling sounds rang out. The attributes of the spirit grass were completely revealed. The process took 10 seconds. Long Fei was waiting. He became confused all of a sudden, right? Damn, I really thought he was very strong. So he was pretending. How could a service disciple like him know anything about spirit grasses? The Mu Ling senior brother is the #1 spirit grass master in the Eastern District, and he is also an admirer of the Mu Yao senior sister. He must be trying to take back some face for Mu Yao today. Look at him in a daze. I'm afraid he knows nothing about this spirit grass. Definitely, he's just a service disciple. The surroundings were filled with whispers and discussions. None of them thought well of Long Fei. Most of the discussions were about Long Fei. Mu Ling faintly smiled and said, "Mu Fei, weren't you very arrogant just now? Say it, why didn't you say it again? This is only the first spirit grass, and it's already so slow? Just you want to compare yourself with the spirit grass? How can a service disciple like you compare with me? Just when everyone thought that Long Fei had lost." Ding. System prompt. Identification completed. Long Fei said unhurriedly, "This spirit grass is called the Jade Magnolia grass. Its blooming is like jade, It has a 10% discount and will transform into the upper echelons. Third rank spirit grass. The attribute is metal. There are two types of alchemy. The first is when the flower blooms. It can be used to refine spirit convergence pills, 9 recovery pills, and the Heaven's Leap pill. There is another situation. If there is no blooming, it can be used to concoct spirit convergence pills. It was too simple. Long Fei only needed to read out the numbers that came out of the system. He didn't even need to think about it. As soon as he finished, many people looked at Long Fei in shock. Most of the people here did not know what Long Fei was saying. Just like listening to gobbledygook s. Mu Yuanen's face was full of shock. He knew about this pill because the most he had refined was spirit convergence pill, and this jade magnolia grass was an essential ingredient. However, other than the spirit convergence pill, he had no idea what the heaven origin pill was. He looked at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan quickly took out an identification book for the spirit grass and flipped through it. He nodded and said, "You're absolutely right." His face was filled with astonishment as he looked at Long Fei and thought in his heart, "How did this kid know? He has never seen this spirit grass before, right?" Mu Ling's forehead tightened as she said, "Not bad. You still have some knowledge. You actually know about the Yulon 9 twisting grass." And then, Mu Ling repeated herself. Long Fei laughed. "Senior brother Mu Ling, you're repeating what I just said. Don't tell me you don't know?" Mu Ling glared at him and shouted, "Do I need to repeat your words to you? Who do you think you are?" Mu Yuanen replied, "It's done. Since you all don't need to send any messages to my disciples, then let's do this for each of you. Mu Ling will be the first to speak about the next one." Mu Yuanen casually took out a spirit grass. Mu Ling replied simply, "Tier 2 Red Lotus. Its attribute is..." Mu Yuan nodded. "Correct." Mu Yuanen took out another spirit grass, looked at Long Fei and said, "Mu Fei, it's your turn." 10 seconds passed. Long Fei slowly read out the system's words. "Correct. Correct. Correct." After an entire 2 hours, they had fought with more than 200 spirit grass, neither of them making any mistakes, and both of them were completely right. All the disciples of the Pill Academy were flabbergasted. Even though this was not a martial battle, its brilliance was no less than any martial battle, and was even more exciting for alchemy masters. Long Fei secretly laughed as well and said, "You have some skills, but you will lose for sure." The competition continued. The competition continued. Another 2 hours passed. None of the 400 or so spirit grass were wrong. The people around him were all alarmed. Moreover, the pill court also attracted a lot of attention. Many elders from the East region also entered the Pill Academy as they watched the unparalleled competition from a close distance. Mu Ling's eyes darkened. He started to suspect if Long Fei had come into contact with spirit grass before. He could remember so many spirit grass after entering the Pill Academy for 2 days? He had probably never seen so many before. Remember? Impossible. However, Long Fei described every single word in detail, even more so than what he described. Many of them were things that even he did not know. This fellow was not simple. Spirit grass. Are there any more spirit grasses? He had already used up all the spirit grass by Mu Yuanen's side and was extremely excited. He was already very pleased that a talented spirit grass master like Mu Ling had appeared in the Eastern District's Pill Academy, but who would have thought that Mu Fei, who had just entered the academy for 2 days, would not lose at all. Moreover, it also allowed him to have a new understanding of many spirit grass. Brilliant. Satisfying. Mu Yuan was perspiring profusely. He perspired profusely from flipping through the books as he said, "Elder, the spirit grasses in the spirit grass room have all been defeated. No more spirit grass?" Mu Yuanen frowned. "What do we do?" How about we call it a day? They were both geniuses, without a doubt. Mu Yuanan also didn't want the two of them to be hurt. Long Fei shrugged. I don't care. Mu Ling, however, didn't give up. No, we have to decide who is stronger today. He was still suppressing his anger. Moreover, with so many people watching, he couldn't lose to a mere service disciple. So much shame? Then again, he was only half familiar with 1,000 or so spirit grass. He couldn't win against Long Fei, the service disciple. Mu Yuanan said, without the spirit grass, there's no way to continue this. Mu Ling replied, there are no spirit grass in the spirit grass room, I have one here. While they were talking, Mu Ling took out a spirit grass that had 3 green flowers on it. The spirit grass's surroundings flickered with a bit of a fluorescent light, which was the holy source that was emitted by the spirit grass. One could tell with one glance that the rank was not ordinary. Everyone looked at him, their eyes staring straight at him. Wow! This spirit grass is filled with spirit light. This spirit grass's grade is definitely not low. Mu Ling's senior brother is indeed powerful, there are even such spirit grass. Ha ha! That brat Mu Fei will definitely lose this time. Everyone looked at Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the spirit grass in Mu Ling's hands. Mu Ling revealed a pleased expression as she thought to herself, the spirit grass we just fought against is at most a 4th stage spirit grass. I don't believe that you know about this spirit grass. I came across this spirit grass while I was in the middle of a floating arm. Mu Ling looked at Long Fei with a complacent smile. Mu Fei, do you know? 10 seconds passed. Long Fei said, this spirit grass is called King Lu Luo. You said that you picked it on the cantilever. Do you want to deceive me or the elder? The attribute of this spirit grass is Yin, so it must grow in a place with extreme Yin energy. It also has another special characteristic, and that is the holy source that can absorb other spirit grass. The holy source of 1,000 spirit grass can make one flower grow. These 3 green flowers of yours consumed quite a few spirit grass. A green low king like you is a 6th stage spirit grass, but it's a pity. Unfortunately, you don't understand. You only know how to let him absorb the holy source's aura, but don't know that it can only absorb the Yin attribute holy source. At most, I can just be a decoration, it's no use at all. As soon as he finished, everyone looked at Long Fei with incomparable shock. Mu Yuanan was extremely shocked in his heart. He had a little understanding of the Green Net King, but it was as if Long Fei had raised the Green Net King before. And then, everyone looked at Mu Ling. Mu Ling's expression turned ugly as she muttered, Mu Fei, what do you know? Long Fei laughed and said, there are quite a few alchemy senior brothers and elders present. If you think what I said is not right, any of them can go and refine a pellet and see if the pellet you refine can reach the level of this spirit grass. Mu Yuanan looked at Mu Ling and said indifferently, do you want to confirm it? There was anger in his words. Because, in order to raise this spirit grass, Mu Ling had used more than 3,000 of them. This was a huge waste of the Academy's resources. Mu Ling said, Elder, this Green Low King is not like what he said. I. Zhang Xian was infuriated. Originally, he wanted to use this Green Net King to suppress Long Fei, but he didn't expect him to actually know everything, and even reveal his secret. Right now, he wanted to kill Long Fei. And then, Mu Ling stared at Long Fei and said, all right, let's take it that you're right. It's your turn to set the question. He still hadn't stopped. He had to defeat Long Fei. Long Fei said, I don't have any spirit grass on me, and I even want 10 of them for you. You! Mu Ling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this time, one of the elders who was watching the show walked out and said lightly, I have a spirit grass here, please inspect it. If anyone can identify it correctly, they will be rewarded. As soon as he finished, everyone looked over. Long Fei's pupils also tightened, because the elder that came out had a purple jade tablet hanging from his waist. This identity. It was not simple at all. He hadn't heard of anyone with a purple jade identity token in the Eastern District. At first, Mu Yuanan did not notice, but when the old man walked out, he saw it. His expression changed, and he immediately bowed as he walked forward, with a face full of respect, and said, "Master, when did you arrive? Mu Yuanan's master? The great elder of the West District's Pill Academy." Furthermore, he was one of the 3 great alchemy masters of the Mu clan who had refined countless medicinal pellets, making him an extremely important figure in the Mu clan. Mu Xingyun. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly and said, "I just arrived. I didn't think that there would be 2 such genius spirit grass masters in your Eastern District. It's rare, very rare." Mu Yuanan was elated. All the disciples felt full of pride. Mu Xingyun walked forward and glanced at Long Fei, then nodded his head in satisfaction. With a flip of his right hand, a vine like spirit grass grew out of his palm. This vine was absorbing Mu Xingyun's holy source. Was he using his own holy source to nurture a spirit grass? Crazy. Indeed. Mu Xingyun also had another nickname, Drug Madman. He often did some extremely crazy things. This was the first time Long Fei had seen someone using his own body to nurture a spirit grass, and he was secretly shocked in his heart. However, this kind of spirit grass was already beyond the level that the system could identify. A question mark was constantly appearing in the system. That is to say, the system is unable to identify it. This was also because Long Fei's level was the same as the God's Chop. He could only be higher than 10 levels at most, and the system's identification techniques were also the same. He knew what kind of big shot Mu Xingyun was. As long as he performed well in front of him, it would be hard for him to not shine in the future. He stepped forward. Mu Ling's face was full of respect as she said, "Elder, I'll go first." Mu Xingyun smiled faintly and said, "Please." Afterwards, he did not forget and said, "If any of you win, I can agree to any of your conditions, including go straight to the West region." Any condition? Any condition? This was too tempting. To ordinary disciples, the promotion from the Eastern District to the Western District was like stepping into the heavens. With Mu Xingyun's influence, doing all this was very simple. He held a pivotal position in the Mu clan. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Ling's eyes shone with an even brighter light than before as she quickly walked forward to Mu Xingyun's side and said, "Elder Xingyun, I need to use my spirit blood to sense it." Mu Xingyun was startled, and revealed a look of surprise. "Could it be that you are a blood sacrifice spirit grass master? Blood sacrifice spirit grass master?" Many of the people present were stunned. He had never heard of this kind of spirit grass master before. Even Mu Yuanan had a face full of suspicion. He had never heard of this either. There were very few spirit grass masters, and many of them had eventually become alchemy masters. No one was willing to become an unknown spirit grass master for the rest of their lives. Spirit grasses were also divided into many different types. Mu Ling's blood sacrifice to the spirit grass was one of the most mysterious. It was to use one's own spirit blood to sacrifice to the spirit grass, and then learn the attributes and characteristics of the spirit grass. It was a way of offering. It was also the strongest type of spirit grass. Mu Ling smiled and replied, "Yes, I am a blood sacrifice spirit grass master." His answer was very calm, but there was a look of satisfaction on his face that could not be hidden. This was his strongest advantage. It was also the reason why he could remember the attributes of over 1,000 spirit grass. Mu Xingyun slightly smiled and said, "I never thought that there would be such a blood sacrificial spirit grass master like you in the eastern region, ha. With just this little bit of yours, you can become a disciple of the South Area's Pill Academy without needing to take any examinations." After obtaining Mu Xingyun's affirmation, Mu Ling was extremely pleased with herself. Moreover, the blood sacrifice test, this move had never failed before for him. Thus, he was determined to win this match. His request was for him to become Mu Xingyun's disciple. At that time, wouldn't he directly enter the West region? Mu Ling was incredibly excited. He had already seen himself becoming a disciple of the West region and had seen many people worshipping him, had become his admirer. As for Long Fei, he firmly stepped on it. He was excited at the thought. Mu Xingyun said indifferently, "Let's begin. I want to meet the blood sacrifice spirit grasses." As for the vine that had grown out of his palm, it was actually, he didn't even know what it was. He only knew that there was a very powerful regenerative force within the vine. What kind of power was this? What was the name of this vine? He didn't know at all. Mu Ling looked at the vine before cupping her hands together. "My apologies." His index finger moved. He definitely squeezed out the spirit blood, and his blood dripped onto the vine's tender leaves. And then, the spirit blood was slowly being absorbed. At this moment, Mu Ling closed her eyes and felt the circulation of her spirit blood within the vine. She used her spirit blood to communicate with the vine and obtained the answer she wanted. In the process, Long Fei also kept looking at the vine on Mu Xingyun's palm. The system cannot be displayed. This spirit grass's level was too high, and had already exceeded the limits of what the system could know. However, the system did not show it, but Flower Fairy was excited. Real jump. Right now, she wanted to jump out from Long Fei's space ring S. Quick, quick, let me out, let me out. Long Fei was too involved. Did not notice that the Flower Fairy was calling him. Moreover, not even 3 seconds had passed after the vine had devoured Mu Ling's spirit blood. Buzz buzz. Ah. Woo woo woo. Mu Ling rolled her eyes as her body started to tremble crazily. Spittle started to roll out from her mouth, as if she was suffering from epilepsy. Ah. He fell to the ground, twitching madly. A blood sacrificial spirit grass master can do this? Damn, what is senior brother Mu Ling doing? Are you playing God? What is he doing? Damn, have you gone crazy? Around them, many people began to discuss. Mu Xingyun saw Mu Ling twitching and sighed in his heart. Looks like even the blood sacrifice spirit grass master was unable to identify this vine. And then, with a flip of his hand, he retrieved the vine. At the same time, he grabbed Mu Ling with one hand and threw a tiny pill into her mouth. He pressed his palm against her chest and activated it, causing the pill to melt. Only then did Mu Ling's pale face slowly recover. It's just that. As if he had received a great shock, he looked at Mu Xingyun, his lips trembling as he said, Lo, elder, these vines, I. In that instant, he felt as if his entire body was being wrapped by vines and was about to be devoured. If it wasn't for the fact that Mu Xingyun took it quickly and fed a spirit-suppressing pill to recover his consciousness, he really would have died. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly and said, It's all right after all, this vine is not of ordinary quality, and your current cultivation is still low, so it's reasonable that you don't know. Don't blame yourself too much. With your talent, I believe that you'll work hard to enter the Western region in the future. This was a huge reward. Although Mu Ling did not identify the vine, she was still quite pleased with herself for receiving such praise. With just these alone, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. The South Area's Pill Academy would directly bring him up here. Although he did not soar to heaven in a single step, he could still step into South Area with ease. Mu Xingyun looked at Long Fei. Young lad, can you identify it? Long Fei shook his head and said, I. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Mu Ling said, Elder, he is a service disciple of our academy. To be able to remember so many spirit grasses' attribute in a few days is already quite good. The spirit grass in your palm is definitely not something he can identify. When he spoke, He emphasized the words service disciple. He just wanted Mu Xingyun to know the identity of Long Fei's service disciple. How could such a person identify the vine? One must know that even he, a blood-sacrificial spirit grass master, could not differentiate between the two. Long Fei? Definitely not. He. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, it was very exciting to see you appraising a spirit grass just now. What do you want? If I can help you." As soon as he finished, Mu Ling was stunned. Mu Xingyun only said that he would be able to enter the western region in the future, but Long Fei directly said that she would help him. Wasn't the difference too great? Mu Ling felt unwell. His eyes were filled with hatred, staring straight at Long Fei, as though he wanted to kill him. Mu Ling asked, "Mu Fei, did you hear what the elder said? If an elder can help you, then don't thank me." His words were full of ridicule. Long Fei was very unhappy. At this time, Flower Fairy shouted, "My lord, I know what this vine is called. I know what its name is." Long Fei's eyes turned cold. "Do you really know, or is it just a lie?" Flower Fairy replied, "I really do know." "All right." Long Fei looked at Mu Xingyun and said, "Elder, do you not know the name of this vine?" Mu Xingyun was startled and said, "How did you notice?" Long Fei could tell that Mu Xingyun did not know what the vine was either. Long Fei could tell that Mu Xingyun did not know what the vine was either. He guessed, because, after the Mu Ling blood sacrifice was confirmed, a hint of loneliness appeared in Mu Xingyun's eyes. Others might not notice, but Long Fei was good at observation. He noticed it, so he guessed it. Mu Ling immediately said, "Mu Fei, how dare you? Elder, you used your body to nurture a spirit grass, how could he not know what it is? Are you mocking the elders?" A shitty bowl was taken off. However, Long Fei didn't even pay attention to him and said, "I guessed." Mu Ling jumped up again and asked, "Elder, look at him." Using the thoughts of a service disciple to guess the identity of the elder, who do you think you are? You're too bold. He wished that Mu Xingyun could immediately kick him out of the East region. Mu Xingyun was the same as Long Fei. He ignored Mu Ling, who was making a ruckus at the side, and said with a slight smile, "You guessed right. Indeed. From the time I obtained it until now, I really have no idea what it's called, nor do I know what its attributes are." Finished. Mu Ling's face was burning, as though someone had just slapped her a few times. He did not think that even the elder himself did not know what a vine was. One had to know that Mu Xingyun was one of the top alchemy masters in the Mu clan. He doesn't even know what he's nurturing? Everyone on the spot was stunned. Long Fei said unhurriedly, "Elder, can you let me take a look?" Mu Yuanan lightly coughed and said, "Mu Fei, you have already seen this. This vine was cultivated by Master using his own body. Every time he summons it, it would consume a great deal of spirit blood's energy." He. Mu Xingyun said lightly, "It's fine." And then, with a flick of his right palm, a black mark appeared on his palm. A vine slowly rose from the black spot. It wasn't tall, only around 30 centimeters long. A few dark green leaves grew on it. It did not shine like the other high-ranked spirit grass. He was no different from an ordinary vine. Long Fei took a step forward and carefully observed. Actually, he couldn't tell what it was at all. He only walked forward so that Flower Fairy could see it even clearer. He carefully circled it once. Every leaf was good. It was like he was admiring a potted plant. At the same time he was asking in his heart, "Flower Fairy, is it done? Are you done yet? Hey, speak up. Are you done? Fuck, aren't you messing with me? Do you believe that I'll slap you?" Although Long Fei looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking in his heart. Because, after Mu Xingyun summoned out the vine, the Flower Fairy calmed down and did not make a single sound. Long Fei did not even know what she was doing. Long Fei had no choice but to stall for time. After he finished reading, his 2 fingers tugged at his cheeks and his brows knitted tightly, as if he was deep in thought. The expression on her face was very good. She had the acting skills of a film empress. However, even so, it couldn't drag on for long. Mu Xingyun was not in a hurry either, looking at the Long Fei who had sunk into deep thought. He was not in a hurry to ask about the result. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. Some people couldn't take it anymore. Mu Ling took the lead to ask, Mu Fei, what are you doing? Was it that long to identify the spirit grass? Do you want everyone to play with you? Have you thought about the consequences? Yeah, what is it? Do you know or not? If you know, then hurry up and say it. What are you trying to do, putting on a show? More people couldn't wait any longer. Furthermore, Long Fei's look of contemplation was extremely unpleasant. Mu Yuan also asked in a low voice, Mu Fei, just tell us if you know. It's fine if you don't know. Looking at Mu Fei's situation, it was hard for him to say anything. Mu Xingyun also faintly smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you can't differentiate them, you don't need to rack your brains to think about it. He had never held out hope to begin with. He only asked on a whim because he saw that the 2 of them were fighting very brilliantly. This was the Eastern District. How could the disciples of the Pill Academy know about this sort of vine? Even the old chief of the family did not know that it was the North District. Mu Xingyun laughed at himself in his heart. Seems like I have to find a master to appraise it. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh. He really wanted to know what this vine was. To an alchemy master, he really wanted to know. It was a pity. No one knew. Just as he was sighing, Long Fei raised his eyes and said, I got it. Everyone trembled and looked at Long Fei. His surroundings became even more quiet, as he was waiting for Long Fei to answer. At this moment, Long Fei's palm as well as his back were all covered in cold sweat as he thought to himself, I nearly died because of you. Flower Fairy giggled, then said, All right, don't be angry, I'll explain it to you later. What do you want me to say now? Long Fei said, Hurry up, I'm going to be played to death by you. The Flower Fairy said, This vine is called Through the Heavens. As soon as he finished, Long Fei was secretly shocked. Tong Tian vine? Mu Xingyun seemed to not have heard clearly and asked, What did you say? Long Fei calmed down and said, Elder, this thing is called sky-splitting vine. Mu Xingyun locked the center of his brows and thought for a moment. I have never heard of this kind of spirit grass. Mu Ling immediately said, Elder, the ancient medicine manuals do not have any spirit grass that can reach the sky. He is just making it up to fool you. Mu Xingyun's eyes stared wide open and said solemnly, Can you shut up? It was filled with rage. Mu Ling was so scared that her heart was trembling and her body was shaking. She couldn't say a single word. Mu Xingyun continued to ask. Continue. Long Fei said. It is called the clear sky vine, but it is not a spirit grass, but a special type of species that can grow immeasurably large, and can reach up to 100,000 miles. Not a spirit grass? Mu Xingyun was startled once again. Raised for all these years? In the end, spirit grass are not even counted? He felt slightly disappointed. However, to Mu Xingyun, who was a drug maniac, this was not a big deal. 100,000 miles, you mean it can grow to 100,000 miles? Mu Xingyun asked. Long Fei was also extremely doubtful. Growing for 100,000 kilometers? Isn't this too ridiculous? Are you sure it's a vine? Instead of the endless vine that was happily dissipating? Flower Fairy said, She is a vine that ascends the heavens. Long Fei repeated. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly and said, Sky-stopping vine, is it used to ascend the sky? It was a little funny. This was the ancient world's divine space, the peak plane of the ancient world. Climb the sky from here? Was he going to break through the ancient world and enter the outer realm? Long Fei said, "It's about the same, that's all I know." Actually, the flower fairy even told him, these vines have a powerful regenerative ability. Long Fei did not say these words out loud. Long Fei did not say these words out loud. Regeneration of strength? This power was too terrifying. If he said it out in this kind of situation, even Mu Xingyun would get into unnecessary trouble. The news would definitely leak out. Therefore, Long Fei did not say. Then again, this vine was only a seedling. Mu Xingyun was very satisfied with Long Fei's identification and said with a faint smile, "Young man, what do you want? I can help you as much as I can." As soon as he finished, Mu Ling's eyes narrowed as she mustered up her courage. "Elder, there is no such thing as a sky cranes in this world. He is just a service disciple and only knows the basic. I'm sure he is lying to you. Don't believe his lies." He didn't believe that Long Fei could identify this vine. He could not even identify him as a blood sacrifice spirit grass master. Long Fei definitely could not have done so. Moreover, in that instant, his blood felt an unprecedented level of power, and it was absolutely not as simple as sky-piercing vine. Furthermore, if Long Fei won, then where would he put his face? Many people would laugh that he couldn't even compare to a mere service disciple. Then there was the bet just now. However, Mu Xingyun didn't even look at him, as she coldly said, "You talk a little too much." Mu Ling's eyes narrowed as her body trembled. Long Fei said, "Elder, it is my honor to be able to help you. As for my request, I do not have any other requests." Mu Xingyun laughed. "Brat, speak frankly." "I, Mu Xingyun, have kept my promise. Do you want me to bring you to the West Region Academy?" He knew that Long Fei definitely had something that she needed of him. This was an opportunity. No one can be missed. Obviously, Long Fei was the same. He was just being hypocritical just now. How could he not kill him at this time? Long Fei did not dawdle and directly said, "I need a large number of high-level holy source pills." "Huh! High-grade holy source pill?" Mu Xingyun was slightly stunned. The request that Long Fei had made was outside of his expectations. He glanced at Long Fei and said, "You want to cultivate? But your talent doesn't seem to be suitable for cultivation. I feel that the direction you're heading towards is still the Pill Academy." Servant disciples were people with low aptitude. Since Long Fei was a service disciple, it meant that his body wasn't suitable for cultivation. Even if he were to cultivate, he wouldn't achieve much. Long Fei said, "Everyone wants to become stronger, and so do I. I hope that Elder can fulfill this condition of mine. Desperately needed holy source pills. Especially high-grade holy source pills. One of them could increase the value of the holy source by tens of thousands of points." He wanted to go out and gain experience. The holy sources were a key factor. Right now, he was completely relying on the system, and he could not comprehend the heaven and earth holy source and could only rely on pills to replenish his energy. Therefore, the holy source pill was extremely important to him. Mu Xingyun laughed and said, "I've said it before, I promise." While they were talking, with a flip of his palm, an exquisite space ring appeared on his palm. Exquisite was even more powerful than high-grade items. Every single pill was of the highest quality. This kind of holy source pill could increase the value of holy source by 20,000 points. Long Fei was ecstatic. "Thank you, Elder." He stepped forward to take the space ring. Mu Xingyun said indifferently, "Just this one request? 500 absolute holy source pills is just too easy. To a great alchemy master like him, 500 pieces of absolute holy source pills was just too small of a thing." He thought that Long Fei would suggest for him to enter the Western region, or something even more difficult. Long Fei stared at Mu Xingyun's identity badge and said, "Clan Elder, can I borrow your identity badge for a month?" Mu Xingyun was startled. Mu Yuanan also immediately said, Mu Fei, do not be unreasonable. His identity badge was a symbol of his identity in the Mu clan. How could he lend it to others so casually? This was a humiliation to Mu Xingyun. Mu Xingyun waved his hand at Mu Yuanan and said, This condition is pretty good, it's a little difficult. I want to know what you want my identity card for. Do you want to enter the West Region Pill Pavilion, or do you want to enter another place? In the Mu clan, a identity token was his identity. There was a strict rule for what color one's identity token entered into. Long Fei said, Elder, you have misunderstood me. I just want your identity token to come in and out of the Mu clan as you please, and you know that I am a spirit grass master. I want to come in contact with more spirit grass outside, and then, although I know that you're nurturing a sky-piercing vine, but what are its other attributes? I don't know yet, but I need to work even harder and break through. I hope that I can help Elder unravel the riddle as soon as possible, and let you know the other uses of the clear sky vine as soon as possible. Oh, there are other uses for the sky-passing vine? Mu Xingyun stroked his beard, laughed lightly, and said, So you're saying that I lent you my identity token for myself? All right. I have to borrow it. While speaking, she took down the purple jade tablet and gave it to Long Fei. When Long Fei received the identity badge, he warned Long Fei, Little fellow, this is my only identity token. You must take good care of it, don't lose it. Long Fei said, Elder, don't worry, even if I lose my life, I won't lose it. Ha ha ha. Mu Xingyun laughed a few times and said, All right, in a month's time, I will wait for you to unlock the Tong Tian Vine's other uses for me. Long Fei said, I will definitely not disappoint you. As he spoke, Long Fei kept his identity token into the space ring. With a purple badge, things would be much easier. In the northern region of Mu Clan, it could be said that he could go wherever he wanted to go, and no one dared to stop him. Mu Yuanan was a little worried and said, Master, how can you be like him and play around? That is your identity badge, a symbol of status. If the elders from the Judgment Pavilion were to find out, then the consequences would be. If the higher-ups were to find out that he was lending his identity token, there would be trouble. Mu Xingyun laughed. This boy is a little interesting, it's fine. He wasn't worried. Moreover, he had a hunch that Long Fei knew about the other uses of the Tong Tian vine, but he didn't say it out loud now. What do you want to do in a month? Mu Xingyun was looking forward to it. The feeling Long Fei gave him was very different. It was as if the bottom couldn't be seen. Long Fei even knew about the Tong Tian vine that he wasn't aware of. He was beginning to be very interested in Long Fei. The match was over. Mu Xingyun left. The academy returned to normal with many disciples discussing this matter in the east. Long Fei was overjoyed in his heart. And then, he walked out of the pill institution. Mu Yuan stopped him and said, Mu Fei, where are you going? You haven't finished what you did today. While they were talking, Long Fei took out his purple identity plate and said, Elder, I have an urgent matter to attend to and would like to leave for a month. You do not have any objections, do you? See the identity token, as if it were a real person. Mu Yuan immediately bowed, not daring to stop him. Long Fei eagerly ran out to find Mu Yun. With a wave of his hand, he said, Come, let's go cultivate together. Evil Cloud Valley. Evil Cloud Valley. This was a valley shrouded in clouds and mist. Mysterious, unknowable place. This was also the cultivation cave of the Undead Lord, and also the location of his power. Valley Master, are you here in seclusion or? An old man asked carefully while bowing. Undead Lord said, Gather all the disciples of the Immortal Gate. The elder's eyes grew cold as he spoke. Valley Lord, you are. Undead Lord was a little impatient. Whatever I say, whatever you do, it's fine. Don't ask me. The elder did not dare to ask any further. He immediately replied, "As you command." Undead Lord said, "Within 3 days, I want all the disciples of the Immortal Gate to gather." "Yes, sir." The old man quickly left. Not long later, a strange sound rang out from the top of the valley. It was the sound of a flute. This sound did not travel through the air, but directly into the void. It was specially sent to the person with the immortality imprint on his body to listen. This was the unique sound transmission method of the Immortal Gate. Whoever hears this voice, no matter how far away, must rush back. In these past few days, even though Undead Lord could not eat well, and even if he slept soundly, he would still dream about long phase pubes that was like the universe in the starry sky. To him, it was the divine treasure that Long Batian had left behind. As long as one could obtain it, they would be able to become the #1 powerhouse of Long Batian. They would be able to stand at the peak of this world and participate in the battle for the god of boundary in the near future. Become the god of boundary of the ancient world. So many years had passed. The Undead Lord had borrowed the reincarnation of his body time and time again. He was tired of this kind of reincarnation. He wanted to truly live. He wanted to stand at the peak of this world. As long as he could obtain the pubes in Long Phase body, he had a chance. He was the one who established the immortal door. It did not belong to any ancient clan, and all these years, his immortal door had countless number of powerhouse. Destroying a god-living mountain. Destroying Mu clan was not difficult at all. Heh. God-living mountain, old fart Mu, just you wait. Your god-living mountain will be turned into ashes soon. Undead Lord revealed an evil smile, his eyes flashing with light. At this moment, a disciple reported in. Undead Lord immediately asked, "Have you found him?" The disciple said, "No, but what is certain is that Xianlai Mountain did not return to Xian's." The Undead Lord smiled and said, "Seems like she was killed halfway. That woman with the sacred Een body." The disciple said, "I am also investigating and haven't found anything yet." "Keep investigating, that woman is very important." The Undead Lord was not concerned about the disappearance of the Xianlai Mountain. He just wanted to make sure that the fact that Long Fei had entered the divine space was not exposed, and Lu Luoxi could threaten Long Fei. Thus, Lu Luoxi was very important to him. God-living mountain, 11:59 p.m. God's chop. Boom! The stance of drawing the sword cleaved downwards. A third-stage demon beast was immediately sliced in half. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Bloodthirsty Beast, for obtaining 30,000 experience, holy source points, 3,000 striking value, 1 point. 1 sword kill. Under normal circumstances, Long Fei would not use the God's Chop. This was his life-saving skill. However, immediately after 12 o'clock, his God's Chop recovered its cooldown. There was no need to worry. "Boss, what sword technique is this?" The third-stage demon beast was defeated just like that? Oh my god! Mu Yun, who was by the side, was stunned. Looking at the bloodthirsty beast that was split into two, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Long Fei retracted his sword and said, "Don't say so much, drink while it's hot." Mu Yun muttered, "Boss, I drank a dozen or so of these demon beasts today, so I..." Long Fei said, "If you want to change your physique, then let me drink. Faster. While it's hot." Mu Yun's talent was low. He could only continue to absorb the demon beast and let the beast blood ignite in his body, slowly improving himself once again. This method was taught to him by Long Quang. It was a very ancient method, to continuously absorb demon beast spirit blood to temper the spirit blood in his body, and to let it constantly undergo changes. This is a very difficult way, because, the more powerful the demon beast, the more spirit blood would devour it like a fire burning in his stomach. It was extremely hard to bear. However, since he treated Mu Yun as his brother, then Long Fei would help him with all of his strength. Go all out to urge him. Mu Yun replied, Okay. Walking forward, he plunged into it and started devouring it. When the beast blood entered his stomach, Mu Yun immediately flushed red to his ears. His entire body became hot and smoke directly rose from the top of his head. Mu Yun gulped down a few mouthfuls of saliva, unable to hold it in any longer, and immediately vomited it out. However, soon after, he started devouring it. He could not disappoint Long Fei's good intentions. After that incident with the practicing courtyard, Mu Yun really wished to become strong. Walala! Woo woo! A low roar came from the dense forest not far away. Immediately, the surrounding atmosphere became violent. Long Fei's gaze tensed up as he stared at a certain direction. A pair of dark green eyes like green fire stared at him from within the dark forest. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. The aura emitted from its body was exceptionally strong. Flower Fairy? Long Fei asked. Flower Fairy immediately said, I just asked, it's a 4th-tier demon beast, Scarlet Earth Demon. Its eyes are green. After making eye contact, it can lock onto the movement of a person and completely see through the opponent's movement. Long Fei said, Did I meet his gaze just now? Flower Fairy said, Then, run. Long Fei smirked, Run? Ha ha! There is no such thing as running away in my dictionary. And, Long Fei looked at his personal stat. The rare blood beast that he had just killed had allowed his striking value to reach 100 points. Let's see what we can get out of this. And then, Long Fei moved. He quickly rushed forward and shouted, Come out! Boom! 8 bursts fist. He threw a punch. A series of explosions occurred in the air. Explosions sounded non-stop. Just as he was about to hit, his fist missed. Moreover, Long Fei's back felt cold and cold sweat oozed out. The crimson-eyed demon eye was behind him without anyone noticing, but it was still staring at his back with its green-like eyes that were like fire. Boss, be careful! Mu Yun shouted and quickly rushed forward. Long Fei said, Go ahead and busy yourself, you don't have to worry about this. Schwa! Leaves made a *swoosh* sound as she charged towards Long Fei with her scarlet demon eyes. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Ding! System notification. The God's chop has finished cooling. Long Fei lifted the corner of his mouth. Hee. Can you see through everything? Let's see if you can see through my God's chop. With a twist of his body, he grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands and furiously swung down. Explode for me! The time just past 0, God's chop had finished cooling. The time just past 0, God's chop had finished cooling. Without saying a word, Long Fei released a skill and slashed out. Schwa! A large number of holy source values disappeared. Powerful energy also gathered in the aura of the Dong Huang sword. Crash! The Scarlet Earth Demon eye was separated from its head and tail. When his HP fell, it became 0. You can't see through this, can you? Heh. Long Fei's mouth curved upwards, revealing an excited smile. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Scarlet Demon Eye 4, obtaining 45,000 experience, 5,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Do you want to release the violent power? Yes, sir. Long Fei did not hesitate. This was the second time he had released Berserk energy. Ding! System notification. Release the Berserk energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Life +1. Life +1. This is... When the system beep landed, Long Fei was a little stupefied. Although he had lost the memories of several planes, he was sure that he was living in a real world, not an illusory one. Although he had the game system, he knew very well that his world was not the game world. It would bleed, it would hurt, it would die. It wasn't the same as in the game. If they died, they could resurrect in the water. Thus, he treasured his own life a lot at all times. But what did the system reward him with just now? Life plus 1? Was this a reward for his life? Did he have 2 lives now? I'll go. Long Fei was so excited that he couldn't speak. He immediately opened the system to check. Item: Lives plus 1 grade. None attribute. None description. This is a special type of power. Once a player is activated, they will have a second life, which is resurrection. Rub. It really is an extra life. System, you are too great. I am in the real world, but your master system can be in the game world. You are God and you are everything. Long Fei was extremely excited. He had an extra life now. This berserk energy was simply too berserk. To be able to use this kind of thing after killing a 4th-rank demon beast, how terrible would it be if he could kill a boss? Ha ha ha. I have 2 lives. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed out loud. There probably wasn't an extra life for any other godly object in the world, right? Mu Yun looked at Long Fei in a daze and muttered, "A 4th-stage demon beast has also been inskilled. Boss is indeed the boss. But boss, you're too excited about killing a 4th-stage demon beast, aren't you?" Long Fei kept the idea and kept the life plus 1 back into the system. Immediately, in the system, there was a box next to his name, life plus 1. 2 lives is a blessing. In the future, I don't need to worry about death anymore. Long Fei forced himself to calm down and then said to Mu Yun, "Come over here quickly, absorb this 4th-stage demon beast's spirit blood." Mu Yun revealed a bitter face and said, "Boss, can I wait a bit before drinking this beast blood?" "No way. Beast blood needs to take advantage of the heat. If it's cold, the energy in spirit blood's body will dissipate." Long Fei would not let Mu Yun have the slightest bit of laziness. Mu Yun did not dare to disobey. He could only dive into the scarlet demon eye's corpse and crazily devour spirit blood. For a few days, Long Fei and Mu Yun were deep in the mountains, and they were constantly moving towards the center of the god-living mountain. The demon beast they met also became stronger and stronger. But one thing that was unfortunate was that the demon beast were not concentrated here. Few in groups. This also caused Long Fei's leveling to be a lot slower. In just a few days, he had already leveled up to the 7th stage of the God of Heaven realm. In just a few short days, he broke through to the 2nd level. To others, this could no longer be described as fast, but to Long Fei, this speed of leveling up was something he was not satisfied with. However, even if Long Fei was not satisfied, there was no other way. Even if the god-living mountain's demon beast were not packed densely, he had no other choice. Walala! Spirit blood, who had forcefully drunk a mouthful of demon beast, had a crimson body, and even his pupils had become like those of a demon beast, carrying a cruel and ruthless aura with him. Long Fei couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Long Quang, are you sure you'll be okay if this goes on? Are you sure he won't become a demon beast?" "Long Quang Dao, I just want him to become a demon beast. Of course it's not his body, but his nature, and only by making him become a demon beast can I completely replace his former inherent skills. He's about done absorbing it now. I need a fairy beast immortal crystal now. Once the immortal crystals enter his body, he will be able to completely transform them." Long Fei's brows slightly tightened and said, "Immortal crystals? What is this?" "Long Quangdao, the crystal core of the fairy beast." Long Fei asked, "Are there any fairy beast in God-living mountain?" Long Quangdao, it's hard to say. Fairy beasts are completely different from ordinary demon beasts. The living conditions are also different, but every single fairy beast is incomparably strong, overturning the heavens and overturning the seas, and shattering the mountains is also an easy task. Fairy beasts were a kind of special existence. He was different from demon beast, divine beast. Moreover, He was even rarer than divine beast. Fairy beast is intelligent, its immortal crystals are even more precious than divine beast's divine cores. Long Fei said, so strong? Then what would he do if he didn't have the fusion of the immortal crystals? Long Guangdao, then he could have been turned into a beast and lost his humanity. F***ck. Why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you telling me to harm him? Long Fei was very gloomy. Long Guangdao. He is just an ordinary person with low innate talent. If a normal person wishes to change their fate, they have to pay the price. Long Fei asked, then how much time does he have left? Long Guangdao, about 20 days. Within 20 days, if he has absorbed enough immortal crystals, he will completely transform, and if he does not, he will probably transform into a beast. At that time, you do not need to worry, I will help you control him, but he will forever have human nature. 20 days. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It could be cruel. However, for an ordinary person with low talent, this was perhaps his only chance. Ha ha ha! Boss, my power has increased again. Mu Yun walked to Long Fei's side, the corner of his mouth was full of beast blood, his eyes shone with a sharp light, the spirit chi on his body had completely changed. His arms bulged. The muscles on his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding, brimming with a strong explosive power. During this period of time, he had become much stronger. He had become a completely different person. Now, his body could easily absorb the beast blood as well. And he had to thank Long Fei for all of this. It was Long Fei who allowed him to become someone else, someone who was in the true sense of the word, not someone inferior in the eyes of those disciples. He wanted to prove to Mu Yao. He wanted to prove to everyone that his Earth-level talent could also become very, very strong. Long Fei said, I saw it. However, there is something you must know, your current body is as strong as a demon beast. If you fail to absorb the immortal crystals within 20 days, you will turn into a demon beast that has lost its humanity. Huh! Huh! Mu Yun was startled at first, but then said while looking at Long Fei, Boss, you're joking with me, right? Long Fei shook his head and said, I'm very serious. Mu Yun was startled. He stopped for half a minute and laughed innocently. Oh, I understand. Long Fei replied, Don't you want to know what a immortal crystal is? Mu Yun's reaction surprised him a little. With his personality, he would definitely ask about it. If he knew that it was difficult to get immortal crystals, he would definitely be depressed. Mu Yun laughed and said, I do, but there are some things that cannot be achieved just by thinking. I actually wanted Mu Yao to warm my bed before, but what about that? It's useless, her. Boss. It's you who made me stronger. I know it's really too difficult for a person with talent like mine to become strong. It's you who made me feel the taste of becoming strong. It's you who made me feel strong. No matter what the future holds, I will still thank you. In the end, Mu Yun didn't forget to add another sentence. I'm serious too. Indeed. This was the world of the powerhouse. It was the desire of humans to become stronger. But for some people, becoming stronger was simply too difficult. It was indescribably difficult. In the past, Mu Yun only had fantasies in his head, and wanted Mu Yao to give him a proper look. But this was also an incomparably extravagant fantasy. He tried, but it was useless. It was as if Long Fei gave him a second life. In that short few days, his cultivation broke through consecutively. His strength also reached an unprecedented level. Make his life meaningful. However, no matter what happened in the future, he would always remember Long Fei's kindness. Long Fei patted Mu Yun's shoulders and said, I am relieved that you can think like this, but you are my brother. I will definitely not let my brother become a demon beast. Keep going deeper in. I don't believe that there are no fairy beasts inside. God Living Mountain was also a divine mountain in the divine space, in a place where the holy source of heaven and earth was extremely dense. There were bound to be many rare and unique beasts in this kind of place. There might be fairy beasts in the depths of the divine mountain. Of course, whether or not there was one was still unknown. In another place, Evil Cloud Valley. Master, according to your orders, we have already dispatched our advance team to the God Living Mountain to prevent the people of the Mu clan from moving. The old man bowed and said. Undead Lord sat on the Sky Sovereign's chair, lightly said, Very good. Who is the Mu clan? Ancient family. Ancient family who possessed the power of ancient space. The strongest point of Mu clan was not one's cultivation, but the power of spatial transfer. The God Living Mountain is incomparably huge, so huge that it is hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Mu clan was able to move the entire God Living Mountain to the other side with just a thought. Although the Mu clan were no longer here and Mu Tianhe was no longer able to reach that level of strength, if those old bastards of the Mu clan were to work hard and be unable to transfer to the God Living Mountain they would still be able to transfer to another space. Undead Lord had to defend against such a powerful force of space. He let the advance team enter the God Living Mountain first. Master, about Xian's. The old man was somewhat worried, but he did not continue. The undead Lord raised his eyes and said indifferently, Do what you have to do. You don't have to worry about other things. The old man quickly replied, Understood. The corner of Undead Lord's mouth hooked up. Xian's? Emperor Xian? Humph. As long as I get that brat's star relate to Dantian, what does a mere Xian's matter? Back then Long Batian did not even put the outer space powerhouse in his eyes, so it might have been because of this star relate to Dantian? Kid, just you wait. Heh heh. Undead Lord secretly clenched his fists, thinking about Long Fei's pubes. He couldn't help but become excited. Deep in the ancient Ashura, the three of them stood before an unknown place in the abyss. One black, one white, one emperor. Emperor Xian. Black and white. Emperor Xian looked at the dark and chaotic area in front of him and said indifferently, This should be the place where Long Batian will be buried, right? Have we finally arrived? The envoy's eyes lit up. Black Messenger also revealed an evil smile and said, We have finally arrived. I never thought that this old thing would bury himself in such a damned place. I'm going in first. While they were talking, Black Messenger took a step forward. He was the outer space powerhouse. With a single step, a footprint appeared in the air and shattered the space beneath it. In an instant, he rushed into the darkness of the primal chaos. However, at this moment, in the dark and chaotic space, a ray of golden light suddenly burst out, forming a net and shooting towards Black Messenger. Bam! Black Messenger was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Boom! He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he crawled up from the ground. The white emissary was also surprised and said, I have never seen this boundary before, but this ancient world has such a powerful boundary? Emperor Xian watched as the golden light web slowly faded. He raised the center of his brows and said, This should be the boundary formed from Long Batian's countless dragon scales, which is also known as the Dragon Squamous Boundary. Dragon Squamous Boundary? What kind of boundary is this? Black Messenger felt very bad. Back then Long Batian was ancient world's #1 powerhouse, and he had millions of dragon scales on his body. Rumor has it that every single one of the dragon scales on his body could compare to a peak-stage ancient almighty powerhouse. No wonder his grave wasn't devoured by the Ashura abyss despite being here for billions of years. So there's actually a dragon squamous boundary protecting it. The white emissary said, Don't say that it's useless, just tell me if there's any way? Emperor Xian frowned. He shook his head and said, I am not very confident. F*CK. Emperor Xian, Don't forget what you promised Master. If you can't get Long Baishan's body and Gentian stones, you know the consequences. Black Messenger immediately started to threaten him. Emperor Xian remained calm as he said, I said I don't have too much confidence, but I'm not saying that it definitely won't work. The Black Messenger said, What method do you have to say it quickly? Master is still waiting for us to return. Emperor Xian pondered for a moment. After that, he walked forward step by step and muttered, Long Batian was the #1 powerhouse back then. It can be said that everything on his body has already reached the heavenly transformation stage, but there is a shackle in his heart. To be exact, it should be his Mingmen. This Mingmen allowed him to fail. We have attracted the wrath of the Gentian stones. Messenger Bai asked, Long Baishan's Mingmen? What is it? Why don't we know? The Emperor Xian chuckled. This is a matter of the ancient world. Of course you outsiders wouldn't know. Stop talking nonsense and tell me what it is. Black Messenger was an impatient person. Emperor Xian raised his eyes, his lips curled up as he said, His Mingmen is a woman. His Mingmen is a woman? His Mingmen is a woman? The black and white emissaries were stunned. They hadn't been in the ancient world for 1 or 2 days, and it could be said that they had been here since Long Baishan's era, but they had never heard of Long Batian having any kind of woman, so they were even less aware of the fact that women were his lifeline. That was why they were shocked. The white emissary said, A woman? Why have I never heard of a woman in Long Batian? Furthermore, even Master does not know about this, right? The Black Messenger asked. Exactly what kind of woman can become Long Baishan's Mingmen? At that time, he was the god of boundary and the overlord. At that time, he could be said to be extremely powerful and had already surpassed the strongest existence in the ancient world. He could even be considered a powerhouse in the outer realms. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't understand it. How strong was Long Batian? They had seen it before, at its peak. Even their masters might not be able to completely suppress it. Long Batian was extremely terrifying. Emperor Xian said in a bland voice. I don't know the specifics, but I know that it was precisely because of this woman that he failed this mission. And his failure in this mission also led to his death, and was suppressed by the Gentian stones. Mission? Black Messenger frowned, asking, What kind of mission is this? Long Batian blocked the invasion of the other realms and gathered the ancient world together. He is a god of boundary, an existence that only I am able to rule over in the ancient world. What other mission does he have? At that time, he had no plans to enter the outer regions and enter a more powerful world. And he failed? One must know that Long Baishan's entire life did not have any losses. Emperor Xian said, This mission is also one that I want to know, or perhaps, this is possibly Long Baishan's greatest secret. Emperor Xian had been researching Long Batian. Thus, only then would he know that Long Batian had failed because of a woman. It's hard to imagine. If Long Batian didn't fail, and if he didn't die, and if we stayed in the ancient world, we might never have been able to set foot in this place. Of course. We don't need to come here. Our goal is the Gentian stones. Black Messenger said, Don't talk about that. I just want to know what method you have to break through this dragon's squamous boundary. This was the key. No matter what happened to Long Batian, it was all in the past. What they wanted now was Long Baishan's physical body and the Gentian stones that were crushing his body. As for what kind of mission he had failed, they didn't care about being abandoned by a woman. Envoy Bai looked at Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian stood in front of that ball of chaotic energy. Looking at it, it was blurry, and even with his current cultivation, he was unable to see what was inside. However, the corner of Emperor Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and said, Long Batian, O Long Batian, you would never think of this, right? While they were talking, Emperor Xian moved his right hand, and a hairpin appeared in his hand. The hairpin was very ordinary. It was not a holy artifact, there were not many patterns on it, it was just a small orchid. Very elegant, very ordinary. Emperor Xian activated his holy source and his hairpin flew up. Go! The hairpin flew into the air and entered the aura of primal chaos. Were not obstructed by the dragon's squamous boundary S, and also, in the few seconds after the hairpin had been sent into the primordial chaos, it had quickly disappeared. It was as if there was a powerful smoking machine, and in less than half a minute, all the chaos energy was gone. His field of vision also instantly widened. The black and white emissaries quickly flew over, and their eyes were filled with shock. Damn, what was that divine item you used just now? Even the dragon's squamous boundary was destroyed. Black Messenger was stunned. The Emperor Xian smiled slightly and said, "It is just an ordinary hairpin. The only difference is that this hairpin is the token of love that Long Batian gave that woman. There is a special kind of power inside it. This kind of power can break through any of Long Batian's defenses, including this boundary." The hairpin returned into Emperor Xian's hands and stopped for half a second before it turned into dust. Black Messenger said, "Is it really because of a woman? Damn, I didn't expect Long Batian to be so emotional." The white emissary looked into the distance and said, "The mountain ahead should be the legendary Zhou Mountain?" The Emperor Xian nodded and said, "That's right. It only exists in the myths and myths of the world. It appeared out of thin air and magically transformed into tens of thousands of people." Emissary Bai smiled slightly and said, "There is another legend. Legend has it that it was created on behalf of the heavens on behalf of the Zhen Tian stones. It is made with a piece of the heavens. It possesses an unimaginably powerful strength." At this moment, the Emperor Xian trembled slightly. This was something he did not know. At the same time, he now knew why the black and white emissary wanted the Zhen Tian stones. When the white emissary saw the shocked expression on the Emperor Xian's face, he said, "Let's go. We should take a look at the burial site of Long Batian." As soon as they walked into the mountains, they received complete news, as if they had entered an illusion. Not long after their figures disappeared. Rumble! With a loud rumble, a purple bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and the bolt of lightning disappeared. Like a meteor, a purple ray of light flew towards the depths of the formless mountain, deep in the God-living mountain. 8 bursts fist. Long Fei moved his right fist and punched out. Bam! A third stage demon beast's head split open, blood spurting out. The current strength of the 8 bursts fist was over 100,000 kilograms according to the standards of the divine space. 8 explosions sounded continuously from within the demon beast's body. However, the demon beast did not die. Long Fei looked at the bloody groove on its head and frowned. Is its defense this strong? This was the hinterland of the God-living mountain. The level of the demon beast here was about the same as the ones outside, but it was much stronger. Mu Yun shouted, "Take advantage of his illness to take his life." 8 bursts fist. Mu Yun moved both his fists and attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled sounds could be heard, as they struck the demon beast's body. In an instant, 16 sounds exploded from the demon beast's body. Bang bang bang! Just like firecrackers. The left and right fists moved at the same time. This was Mu Yun's own creation, the 16 explosive fists. And he wasn't weak at all. This kind of 2 fists required a lot more arm strength, so normal people would not be able to use it. Even Long Fei was the same. The reason Mu Yun could use it was because his physique was already different from normal. After being tempered by the demon beast spirit blood for a period of time, his body had become as strong as it was made of demon beast. His bones, meridians, and strength had evolved, allowing him to release 2 fists worth of 8 bursts fist S in an instant. The body of a third stage demon beast exploded, and the hole in its head had become empty. This time, Mu Yun directly walked forward and violently sucked in the hot beast blood. Right now, he did not need Long Fei's urging. His body had already received the scorching hot energy. Long Fei said, 16 explosion fists, how powerful! These 16 explosive power levels were double each other's, and very powerful. However, right now, half a month had already passed and there were still 10 days left. If he couldn't find the fairy beast, or fuse with immortal crystals, Mu Yun would beast transform. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.